We're going to see how it goes here. We got Smokey Loco and Mr. Pig chose Chaos. I don't know who the hell Mr. Pig is. From frickin' Adventure Time, Mr. Pig? Is that who they're referencing? I don't remember him choosing Chaos in the show. Anyways, Mr. Pig is coming in with a Thane. We got Grombrindle here and Felix. So big hero squad. Pretty durable, lots of healing, Blood Oath, and Karaghoul for Felix. So he is going to be a little bit fightier than he normally would be otherwise. He's going to get the flaming attacks. He'll get the melee attack bonus. The extra bonus versus infantry is really powerful for him. It's not going to be super helpful against this artillery line, though. We got triple organ gun rocking up here. Malachi has the Eye of Grungni and Artillery Master, so lots of accuracy, increases, a little bit of extra range, and some reload skill. I wish the reload skill got buffed a little bit, because it's nice, but doesn't help tremendously. Organ guns fire pretty quickly as it is. Really good positioning from Mr. Pig, as good as it can be right now. Trying to avoid as much of the damage coming down from these organ guns, which do cleave through models, and they will just absolutely shred you. So the Ekron's Miners already took a big volley. The Doomseeker's starting to take some serious casualties as well. Them coming out of the woods here, I wouldn't really recommend it, because they're just going to be in the open field now, and they will be just absolutely railroaded by the organ gun fire coming down, because those missiles hit really hard, and they have pretty substantial volleys, you know, and it fires 4 shots with each individual salvo from the artillery pieces. You can see how quickly these guys are melting here. It is a really good idea to have some artillery in the back pocket, just a cannon to maybe have, just in case your opponent does go for the shorter range artillery pieces, because these organ guns are going to be impossible for infantry to shut down. You can see gyro bombers and another gyrocopter coming up, dropping some very accurate fire on this Doomseeker unit. 1350 gold unit that has been taken down from 100 to 0 in 2 minutes. not even 3 minutes. And they're already dead, so huge value loss back here. Frontline fight, it's not going horrendously, I guess, but it's not going to be going very well for much longer, because the artillery is going to be done cleaning up this backline pressure in a minute, and then they'll just turn their guns over to like the Grim Delvers. They'll help finish off the Iron Drakes here, have been getting focused down. More Doomseekers advancing up the field, and we got 2 organ guns turning attention over to them. Dropping some serious fire, and the blasting charges are also very effective against Doomseekers, because they don't actually have any armor. So even though they don't have that many models, all of the explosive damage is hitting those individuals. And it spreads out and overlaps a lot, since they're all like targeting units that, while they are fairly spread out as a unit, they are still close enough together that the blasting charges distribute their damage very efficiently. And the Doomseekers, they do engage. They're at least going to get a little bit of value, unlike the other guys back here, but it's not going to be that great. Grombrindle breaking through and heroically pumping his stumpy little legs, trying to get back here. See him just kind of waddling angrily forward, trying to talk to the manager. He will close the gap. He'll get into combat here. I just don't know how far that's going to take Mr. Pig. Gyro Bombers get hit by the Flash Bomb. Rune of Dismay going down as well, which is lowering their speed. The Grim Delver is getting some great damage off on the Gyro Bomber right now. Huge casualties. Finishing up the Iron Drakes, the Organ Guns should really swap targets onto the Grim Delvers. That's one of the few units that Mr. Pig has left to really threaten any kind of real damage onto Smokey Loco. You just got Rangers sitting back here. They're just slowly poking away at stuff. Whereas the Dragonfire Pass are taking some damage, and we're just still over-focusing on this one Iron Drake. It's literally one guy left. He is not rallying. He wouldn't even be a big deal if he did. But the Dowie Organ Guns seemed hell-bent on murdering him, so they do finish him off. And the Grim Delver's taking a little bit of attention now from some of the other organ guns as they get unoccupied. One crew does kind of get shut down here by Grombrindle. He can only fight so many artillery crews at once, though. And they can shoot while the others are engaged, so they are finishing up these Grim Delvers, who just barely got their value back anyways. Despite some of the effective volleys they did get, it's just not going to be able to make up the difference here, I believe. Mr. Pig just didn't really have the answers for what his opponent brought, which is a little unfortunate. Sometimes mirror matches just shake out that way. It's a good opportunity for like gambit openings where you go like really heavy in a specific play style and hope that your opponent just doesn't have the tools to be able to counter you. That's kind of what Mr. Pig did as well, except the hero squad has a little bit less battlefield agency, obviously, and with the Dowie being as slow as they are, of course artillery is going to be pretty good if you can support it effectively and keep enemy heroes and units away from the artillery pieces themselves. Words of Dragonfire Pass going down. The number 2 and the number 1 are still held by Smoky Loco, and the number 3 is flipping back to Mr. Pig. Probably not going to be held much longer, though. The organ guns are dying. Felix comes in. Malachi is sitting here trying to poke away. Kind of fun to have Malachi and Felix together. We just need Gotrek to round out the whole crew there. Taking aim at the Thane. Pops him in the back, and the Thane kind of bouncing off the artillery piece right now. He's having a little bit of trouble maneuvering around it. Grombrindle getting great value back here. He is taking this Iron Drake unit apart at the seams. Big damage from him. He's going to try and shut down the remaining 2 organ guns here. The other organ gun unit does push forward. They got 3 models left. They're poking at the miners here. And just more gyros pushing up. Never really a bad thing. Wow, those organ guns. One solid volley, just nailing Felix, who takes an insane amount of damage. You know, miners may not be a great combatant, but they at least have some AP, and when they surround a character, I mean, the guys who are behind the actual model can hit fairly reliably, because that's just kind of how melee combat works. You know? Not every character is some gigabrain genius who can, like, see in a 360 circle around them, right? They're going to take a little bit of damage from dudes who might be stabbing them in the back. Gyro's pushing up, shooting more miners. The number 3 could be taken by Smoky Loco, but you don't really need to. I would just hang on the number 1 and 2. That's kind of the Dowie's whole game plan in battles anyways. Trying to overextend would be, you know, potentially very risky. You're 3,000 plus gold ahead. But all it takes is a few bad positioning plays from the dwarves to really end up on the back foot. But there are still 2 organ guns left in this unit. This one's got the 3. They've just gotten such solid value across the board. We got 1,400 here. This other one, about 900. Not quite paying for itself. The other here got 18. So for the investment, Smoky Loco definitely got the value out of the artillery that was needed. And they just brought a lot of attention in aggro, which was punished very well with the gyrocopter summons, and then some pretty good ranger focus fire as well. It was also pretty well utilized to kind of keep Mr. Pig back and away from the artillery, and so it was able to really get a decisive edge. And Smoky Loco really just needs to get some units up on the points. I would start unsummoning the gyrocopters, or the gyrocopters now that they're out of ammo. Gyro Bomber's just gonna probably go down here in a moment. It didn't quite pay for itself. They're actually quite expensive. So losing it here isn't ideal. But you still got 1 organ gun going. You've got some Longbeards with great weapons, and Felix moving in. Grombrindle is pretty beat up as well. Felix could probably finish him off in melee combat here. Just because Felix has a pretty decent heal. Grombrindle's already so low. Otherwise, the 1v1 would definitely swing in Grombrindle's favor, generally. But we'll see. You got a little bit of infantry support here as well. Yeah, Grombrindle actually gets kind of trapped up in the Longbeard unit, but does manage to just barely push out, trying to get free. And maybe provide some value. A Grudge Thrower coming out in the very late game. We do have a Gyrocopter going to try and shut it down, which is honestly not a bad idea. It'll keep it locked down for quite a while. The Gyrocopter crews are pretty awful in melee combat, but similarly, Grudge Thrower crews are, you know, not very well suited for melee either. It'll just be a wet noodle contest, and with the Sasquatch on the battlefield, that will favor Smokey. More gyros, landing on more miners. Actually taking a ton of damage here, man. Gyrocopters just don't have AP in melee combat. Their weapon strength is pretty horrible, and they have 5 melee defense, so the armor-piercing miners might actually be a worse target than something like a Dowie warrior. But really, they're just trying to occupy time for the rangers and the miners to get up here and maybe start to swing that cap. Smokey's also trying to grab the middle. Evil Felix, I guess you could call him, is down to 200 HP. Did healing cap. Only 600 value is really not that great. We got good guy Felix coming in here to try and finish off Grombrindle, while Malachi is just still sitting in the back, poking away with his repeater. It's honestly a pretty good missile piece. It does some decent damage. It's nothing tremendous. I wish it got a little bit more AP weapon strength. Just buff it up to like 150 or something, or give him a bonus versus large of 50. That would be really cool too. I think it'd be pretty fitting considering Malachi is a Slayer after all, for him to, you know, specialize in wanting to kill big monsters with his shooter. Over here, yeah, Grombrindle does appear to have fallen. We got the Thane, and we got Felix hanging out in here. Kind of cool to bring the characters out later, after you've worn out your opponent's characters. That way they can really anchor objectives a little bit safer, and also just, you know, allow you to facilitate movement to some of the other points as needed. Because Dowie are pretty slow in the mirror match. It is really nice to have some heroes with some decent combat capture weight and prowess who can really just sit on a point and make the difference as your opponent's trying to trot up and either recap it or just to contest it and hold on to it. Doomseekers come back out. This time around they did get some respectable value, but they're still getting just shot to pieces by rangers and other focus fire elements like this one very tattered unit of Iron Drakes. 5 models left, less than 500 HP technically. Just kind of trundling into combat, and they're probably going to die here on this Doomseeker charge. Doomseekers have such cool animations, dude. They got their little, like, chain axes. Did a really cool kickflip there. But, you know, down to the last 3 of them. I could get that point, but it's a little too late. I mean, Dowie are breaking through over here for Smokey. Getting up on the number 3, even if it wasn't just single cap territory, I really don't think that Mr. Pig would have a hope. Just because this third objective is definitely getting capped now. I mean, you got one miner coming up, the Longbeards, sorry, Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons can go stuff them, while the Ekron's miners just sit and cap this point. That's the best way to handle it in this late game scenario. Always good to just have good attention to detail and just be sure that you're not really ever slipping and you're actually pushing up. Wow, stopping the number 1 cap just by the barest margins here. That's going to be a really well played game with a Dowie artillery line, man. Those organ guns were brutal. Yeah, 2,300 value on one, 14 on the other two. Oh, look at that. That actually perfectly adds up to 2,900 between the two of them. It's pretty funny. And then 2,300. Damn, like 4,200 value out of your artillery, man. For 3,000 gold, it's a pretty decent investment. It's not like the most insane returns on value, but that's almost always going to be working out in your favor if your artillery specifically is able to get that kind of work done. Felix was also way more effective for Smoky Loco because he came out and didn't get shot to pieces immediately. And he was able to fight higher value units. Grombrindle was really nice. He got 2,400, which is really strong. That's very decent. He got off a couple really good flash bombs as well, allowing the Grim Delvers to get some pretty good value against the Gyro Bomber, but that's really about it. Everything else was, kind of just throwing stuff at the wall and hoping that it sticks. That's just not really going to happen. The Goblobber, not the Goblobber, this is just a regular Grudge Thrower. I think you can cut this. I would really like to see, one cannon. One cannon in the opening, one in reserve, just in case your opponent techs really heavily into artillery. If they go cannons, you're in a lot of trouble, but if they go organ guns like this and you have a cannon, cannons are much longer range than organ guns are, so you'll really keep your opponent on the back foot by being able to immediately start shooting down the artillery pieces. Then it's on Smoky Loco to push forward, and Mr. Pig can get much better engagements at that stage, because the organ guns will have to go in to try and win the artillery trade, because they'll lose it over the course of a long grind. What's up, Ninja? It's been good, man. Glad to have you here. We're just chilling, doing our thing. Nothing too fancy. We're just making sure everybody gets their opportunity to kind of show their stuff off. Yeah, we did watch this one. Did not see the Kislev Civil War, though. Suga bringing in a build that he's been playing with a lot in this particular tournament. Triple Griffin Legion is very powerful. I don't know if you really need them all at the start, but, having, one is definitely not a bad idea. It's just really nice to have the utility of Horse Archers as Kislev. They're very cost-effective. They're very good at doubling up on duty as a skirmish cav from range, and also being able to harass flanks with good rear charges, because they have decent melee stats for their cost. They're not quite as good as Illyrian Reavers are for the same price, but they're pretty close. And Illyrian Reaver Archers are kind of the gold standard, so to speak, for skirmish cav in this game. Anytime you can get close is pretty nice. So yeah, we got the Patriarch, we got the Boyar, and the Griffin Legion are going to be getting big buffs from these guys. Just massive increases to melee attack. There's also some Salyak's Lullabies to heal. Dazja's Song of Winter Sunlight is good for lowering the vigor. And there's also Stand Your Ground, so leadership and melee defense. Not sure how they really want to take the early engagements here. Trying to charge down the Horse Archers. They do catch a few of these guys, getting a little damage in. Haven't killed any models yet, but now they're dropping some of them. Pretty nice damage, truth be told, but you do have Mother Astankia here. She drops a pretty nice shot from her sled. Big damage on the Griffin Legion from that one round. You see, she doesn't have a minimum range, so she's pretty effective against units that are, bunched up against her, but she's very lightly armored, and Griffin Legion are actually surprisingly good against single entities because of Glorious Charge. And their charge bonus being 72, they wail on lightly armored single entities, and you can see Mother Astankia gets absolutely smacked up here. Massive damage. She pops Gulyas. I'm pretty sure that Gulyas is this has got to be misentered. The heal, 0.08 is terrible healing. It's just there to replenish vigor. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be one of the standard 0.8 heals, kind of like Salyak's is supposed to be. It's supposed to be kind of like Mother Astankia's, sustainability, just on a really long cooldown. I'm just not 100% sure what the point of this is otherwise, because the leadership and the vigor reduction is just really not all that strong on its own. It could definitely use a little buff. And she's gonna just go down mega hard here. So Haverin really falling behind. The Griffin Legion are being killed by the Kislevite warriors, but they already got their value back. Sugar is not crying for losing one Griffin Legion after all that it did for him. And now you can see the leadership problems proccing Buyer Blood really early on these guys. You know, they'd barely taken any damage when it went off. Really, you could have just pulled back from here and let it wear off, and then you charge in, and they'll probably immediately break again. Same thing's going to happen over here with these Armored Kossars. You can see it's popping when they've got almost 2/3 of their HP left. More disruption coming in, a lot of mobility, and some decent firepower from the Streltsy, hampering the charges of these units for Haverin. And a beautiful Ice Maiden's Kiss down the line. Horse Archers eating some damage, also getting slowed pretty badly because of the Frostbite effect that this has on it. And now rear charges coming in from the Griffin Legion. And Suga's just all over the much slower army that Haverin brought in. Just got a really good early fight against Estancia. Lots of Griffin Legion isolating the infantry and just pulling them apart at this stage. Typically, I wouldn't think it'd be super favorable having all these Griffin Legion early because Kislev does have really good shooting. I will say that Haverin's army didn't really have anything to effectively do damage to the Griffin Legion early on. We get a Little Grom now. Little Grom is an amazing artillery piece, but it's not going to be able to save itself as the Griffin Legion. Probably just going to be charging right up the heart of the field here to get after these guys. Had a shooting order onto the bunched up units here, but for whatever reason it just did not want to fire. It's got a pretty good arc on it. It's not like it couldn't shoot onto the slope there. Maybe it's a little awkward because of the angle, I guess. Who's to say? But the Patriarch and the Griffin Legion are getting up here, and Haverin does not have anything coming out now to defend it. If you're trying to bait, you want to bring your units out a little bit quicker than this. Especially if you're going to be summoning up infantry. You want them actually just to be sitting around the arty. Like, the Kislevite warriors should be in a little box around the artillery piece. And the Armored Kossars need to be up on the side. On that blue line where they can then like get flanking shots onto anything trying to take engagements there. Griffin Legion did peel back and they actually went after some more infantry, some Zargard Great Weapons getting hammered by them right now. The Griffin Legion are a little overlapped right now. This is a little risky if your opponent had something like a Hailstorm or a Blizzard. They would hard punish these very expensive cavalry units, so probably just want to keep them a little bit more split up. Better spacing is always worth going for. You know, it's just like a discipline thing. You can get away with it against some folks, but you'll start getting punished really badly if you're not careful about it at all times. And it may look like it's out of reach here for Haverin, but with just like some really good magic casts, it's theoretical that this could swing back in his favor. It'd be pretty damn hard, but, you know, it's better safe than sorry, in my opinion. Suga gets the win here. Haverin needs to probably just be a little more careful with the Estancia. I don't think that this is a bad build for the Kislev Mirror. I do think it's very vulnerable to early aggression like what Suga brought, so... you probably just want to turtle up. I would get rid of the Zargard and just bring in 2 Streltsy out immediately. They'd be a lot better off. They'd be a lot better for you overall. Because Streltsy at least have good range and AP, so they can like poke the Griffin Legion back from your main formation. And then the Armored Kossars can just like soak up damage from any of your opponent's missiles. And it would have slowed down Suga's rush a little bit if you had opened up with Streltsy early. Iceguard Glaives are okay. I don't really think that they're good into matchups where your opponent's going to be able to bring a bunch of cheaper ranged options, because they are pretty squishy from a distance. They don't have great armor. they'll just get filled full of arrows or bullets and die and not get anywhere close to their 1100 gold cost back. Did we see this? Actually, don't think we saw this particular Dowie Vampire Counts game. Vampire Counts have a very favorable win rate against the dwarves, and Lazuka's very talented with them. It's going to be a little hard to try and stop up any momentum, though, that the Vampire Counts can bring out to like lock down your missile pieces and then just grind through the front line with all the healing and perfect vigor and AP and just big scary characters. This is probably one of Vlad's best matchups, because Vlad, while he's slow and limited in lots of other scenarios, against the dwarves, him being a foot character with a lot of HP and, you know, like, on the slower side in general, but still faster than most of the other Dowie units, does make him pretty maneuverable for getting between points. And just bashing on stuff like Iron Drakes, if he can just maneuver around the Dowie, which isn't too difficult, because their infantry are very slow. You can always find cracks in Dowie formations to like try and slip single entities in, especially when they're foot characters like Vlad. And he does have the Von Karstein ring, so he can pop this and get 60% ward save and, you know, save himself from any really punishing ranged damage that might try and kill him. White King's advancing. White Kings are another reason that this is a bad matchup for the dwarves. The White Kings dominate the Dragon Slayers and the Demon Slayer characters, which are currently the most cost-effective Dowie options for Lords and Heroes. And they're even pretty good against the more expensive Dowie character squads, like Grombrindle, Felix, you know, a blob of those guys would run into some problems with White Kings bashing on them, because these guys just don't break. They don't get a lot of damage from crumbling or anything. And they're pretty juicy with 5,000 health. They've got a substantial bit more than most other foot characters in the game. Flame Cannon's focusing down the Corpse Cart, which is a pretty good idea because of how much damage it's doing. You'll kill this before it gets anywhere close to the front line, and that'll leave the Graveguard pretty vulnerable. The Vampire Counts are definitely not advancing up very carefully. This is really not how you want to engage the dwarves. You have way worse cap weight, for one. You're not going to be able to split your forces up and cap either of these objectives. What you really want to do is like pull all your forces all the way around the field. Just leave the Dowie to like bundle up here. Attack the number 3 objective first with your Crypt Ghouls and your Graveguard. Because you'll get on top of these miners pretty quickly, and they don't have blasting charges or anything. They'll just get absolutely shredded by Crypt Ghouls and melee. Even though these guys don't have great AP values, they're just way better combatants than miners are. So they would win that. Graveguard would just chew through these dudes in just, you know, 30, 40 seconds probably. And then you can use, like, Vlad and the White Kings to try and, like, get up on the number 2 objective and kind of, you know, force a little bit of the Dowie units out of position. Your opponent's like, oh, well, I can't really kill those characters with the miners. Maybe I need to, like, bring my Iron Drakes over a little bit to try and get some damage on them, or surround with Slayers, I guess. Or bring out some Doomseekers, and then you can have Vlad and the White Kings really occupy a bunch of ground and attention here. And they can just value trade into the miners all day. And either your opponent gets really weak here, and then you can push on and cap the point, or they just start getting panicky. They pull a bunch of their units from the number 1 objective here, and you can just like rush up with like a nice blob of units, and close the gap, and then start trying to get on top of the artillery and the Iron Drakes. The Dowie's immobility is your big advantage as the Vampire Counts. You may not have any ranged options, but you do have plenty of quick units that you can use to pressure caps and also keep the Dowie a little bit off balance while also value trading very effectively with your more elite options like the Graveguard. And the Cryptars are an excellent unit against the Dwarves, actually, even though they're weak to fire damage, and Dowie do have some pretty good fire dealing units. They're fast, they hit hard. You can just use them to like charge around the battlefield and hammer stuff down. They've got regeneration, which even though, you know, they are a little bit weaker to fire, overall I would say is just a huge advantage for durability and staying power in this matchup. Vampire counts do get some frontline fights. They're not really going all that well. The Cryptars did get around the flank, and Lazuka was a little slow responding to it, so the flame cannon might get pummeled to death before the Cryptars go down. They do need to push away from the Slayers a little bit. Slayers are pretty mediocre at times, but this is a pretty good target for them. You can see how much damage they're doing to the Cryptars, man. Absolute brutality coming in from these little orange ginger men. Really overrunning those Cryptars. Flame Cannon does take a bunch of damage, but actually stays alive, and look at the Lord over here, really putting a beat down on this White King. He's struggling pretty mightily against him with the Miner backup here. Oh, Ekron's Miners. That'd probably be why. Ekron's Miners are actually decent in melee combat, because they have Frenzy, and they've got much higher leadership, so they keep it up longer. And Miners do have AP damage. The only thing holding them back is the fact that Miners just have god-awful stats. So the ROR Miner actually being able to utilize their AP is pretty cool, because they've actually ground out a little bit against the White King. Vlad is on top of one of the Iron Drakes, which is nice and all. It's going to take him a while to kill this thing. Surely he'll be done doing it in a moment. We got the Iron Drakes posted up with the flamethrowers, roasting these Crypt Ghouls. Brutal damage coming down. Crypt Ghouls would be able to kill an Iron Drake if they were healthier, but they're so beleaguered now. And Iron Drakes do have 125 armor, so most of the damage from Crypt Ghouls is getting nullified completely by the armor values. Vampire counts do flip the number 2. They're just so far down in value, man. I mean, 6,200 to 29. The artillery survived. The infantry's basically completely gone for the vampire counts here. They've just got some zombie summons out. Vlad is getting roasted by the flame cannon right now. 2,100 value on this thing. You just need to be a little more patient. You can see that the vampire counts, they actually did end up winning on the number 2 objective. That's why you don't engage in the number 1. You just lose over here, and even though you get the victory here, your value deficit is just so brutal, you're not going to be able to get back in this. Because Dowie are just going to turtle back up. They're going to bring out more missiles. They'll just wear you down and drag you through the dirt. And make fun of you about it. Brutal damage from the miners onto the skeleton spears. Not like it's the most cost-effective blasting charge volley ever, but you gotta make it happen somewhere, right? Cryptars are regenning. Is it outpacing the crumbling? No, it's not. They're slowly gonna crumble off the field here. Pretty unfortunate loss. They got about 500 value, considering they were in some pretty awful fights. Slayer's moving up. Okay, value on them. Iron Drake's moving across. Vlad fleeing for his life. He's been healing himself a lot. You do not have to do this with Vlad. He has one of the most powerful persistent heals in the game. If he dies and you brought Blood Drinker on him, then you've just like massively maneuvered yourself in terms of positioning, which is kind of what's happened to Lydia here. Vlad should theoretically be able to heal cap with just the Hunger and Blood Drinker, and then you use Invocation and a Heck on the rest of his army. Gaze in a Gash and Raise Dead, or whatever the hell else you want to use. Unholy Lodestone coming up, more Cryptars coming out. You could see they were, like, at least getting some good value. The problem is they didn't get a lot of healing. That's the big selling point of Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts, the theory and the application of them is you just take an absolute pounding on the way in, but you shut down all of your opponent's dangerous units. You eventually just outgrind them, and your opponent wonders how their like 2,000 value lead ended up eventually evening out and them losing the game. But it's a little bit too foreboding for Lazuka at this point. Do have some Black Knights over here killing some miners, but Slayers move over and the Cryptars go down. Black Knight's going to be going the way of the Dodo Bird as well. The White King over here has actually been pretty solid. It's just been fighting all game. 447 value, these Graveguard going down finally. The other Graveguard Grey weapon also being iced out by the Iron Drakes, which did get 1,000 value, which is about how much they cost. Pretty nice. Iron Drakes on their way to paying for themselves. Big volleys going down on the Unholy Lodestone here. These Corpse Carts have been getting bullied, and the Flame Cannon, man, with almost 3,000 value. In fact, this last shot, yeah, misses. It's not going to be getting it over the 3K mark, but pretty close, man. Very impressive stuff. Good protection on the artillery piece and just punishing your opponent. Always good to see. Artillery can work in domination mode. It doesn't always, but the last few games we've seen with the Dowie, they've really been able to make it shine. Which is very fitting. They are, you know, supposedly like master engineers of the old world, right? More shots coming in from the Iron Drake. They've been roasting a lot of zombie summons, so maybe they would be having more value if they weren't also doubling up on that duty as well. Dowie just holding a triple cap now. I think we can probably just fast forward through this. The Dowie aren't getting a lot of value because a lot of these are subsequent resummons, and the value gets really wonky when you're killing resummoned units. I don't know why. That's just the way the game works. The Dowie are probably really up by about 7,000 gold, considering the state of the battlefield. I mean, there's just nothing on the field for the Vampire Counts. These Graveguard are dying, the Crypt Ghouls are dying, Vlad slowly being dragged down. The Dire Pack do kill this Iron Drake, and the Cryptars get in. Do have another Trollhammer Torpedo coming up, though.
Unending glory is yours.
Good stuff from Lazuka, man. Focus fire for the win. That's the Dowie way. I don't need to do anything too fancy. Wow, 2,000 on this Slayer. 1,100 and 600 on the Iron Drakes. You know, I mean, they're there for killing chaff, which is pretty important for the Vampire Counts matchup. You don't really want to be fighting zombies for any extended amount of time. The zombies and the skeletons are just there for Cryptars to fight on top of. That's how Cryptars end up getting over, like, 2,000 value oftentimes, because they're very capable of that. They do it by sitting on top of a zombie for half the game with a corpse cart nearby, and they just stack heals and just pummel everything with their big AP weapon strength and decent melee attack, and access to poison, which also makes it pretty difficult for enemies to get effective damage in on them, because 15% damage reduction, you know, it's basically ward save in a way. It might not be, like, quite as good just because obviously it doesn't apply at range, but it's something, definitely. Be pretty damn nice. We got Piston versus the Skaven here. We got the Bloodwake Berserkers in this. So, Sergeant Johnson brought this build in every matchup, and spoiler alert, did end up winning the tournament. I don't actually know if he won this game, though. I don't remember if he was undefeated or not. I'm going to pop away for just a couple minutes, and then I'll be back, and then we can get into this matchup. And we can really get into the nitty-gritty of it, so just give me a minute. Alright, I'm back. Let's get in here. Bloodwake Berserkers are a really great unit. They can kill waves and waves and waves of infantry without any issues. I mean, they just slap everything apart. The problem that they're going to run into is this might be a few too many bodies for them to contend with. And the Mutant Rat Ogres with the Packmasters can actually get a ton of healing. It's pretty crazy, actually. I'm very curious to see how it performs into the Bloodwake Berserkers, because typically these guys are kind of an unholy menace. But in this particular game, the Mutant Rat Ogres might just be able to run roughshod over them.
Skulls and blood for the blood god, for Lord God.
Yeah, let's go Skull Taker. Skull Taker is also going to be very at risk. The Mutant Rat Ogres do have magic damage, so anytime they are able to close the gap against Skull Taker, they will be able to circumvent that physical resistance, and that does help Skull Taker quite a bit. 20% mitigation on even, you know, your opponent's AP attacks can be kind of huge, and Skull Taker's Gore Feast is a good heal, but it's really not well suited for when you're fighting a blob of single entities. It's really so you can just, like, grind endlessly against chaff. I kind of really like this build, dude. I mean, it's just wild to see somebody go with the 40 stack of Skaven consistently and do really well with the build. Yeah, the Marauders take the fight here. Skull Taker is in combat against the Packmaster, and he does have the Slayer Sword. So he gets a couple of really big attacks in there. I mean, he took a substantial amount of health out of this guy. He should definitely be focusing down the Packmaster. Just furiously clicking on him to try and finish him off would be the best thing you can do. Yeah, I got both Mutant Rat Ogres on your back, though. Kind of need to get out of here. What do we have coming in? These are Khorngors. The thing that you should do here, as Piston, get the Khorngors screaming up around the field here and get Skull Taker to go sit on top of the Khorngors. That way the Mutant Rat Ogres can't really do damage to you, unless they want to sit there and just get ripped apart by the AP Halberds. Trying to run from this is just not really going to work, because Skull Taker is actually pretty quick, but the Mutant Rat Ogres have 70 speed, so they can pretty easily keep pace with them if they want to. Dives back here with the Marauder Horsemen, Cavalry. Not really paying off too well. They're very expensive, and their leadership is pretty low, so if they get stuck on a bunch of chaff infantry, they're actually kind of getting dragged down here. That's a big loss for Khorne. Very expensive units to be throwing up like that. The Khorngors are getting shot at by Skaven Slave Slings and fighting Clan Rats. Not really what they want to be doing. And the Fleshhounds do get after Ikit. Run into some Skaven Slaves. Khorne just can't maneuver through the hordes of Skaven here, man. The Marauders are just getting pummeled right now. Oh no, and Skull Taker. Mutant Rat Ogres find him again, and the Packmaster, you know, gonna be, you know, continuing to heal himself up. He's got the running with the pack here, so. Oh, this is the Foot Packmaster, but he is in combat, so he will be giving the heals to both these guys. The other Packmaster finds his way into combat here. He's also going to be proccing his own heal. It actually looks like Packmaster healing. It might, I think it actually does stack, which is kind of crazy. The running with the pack. Because you gotta remember the fire damage from the Bloodwake Berserkers is lowering all the healing by half right now. And with them getting 0.2, that's the reason why they've got the regeneration of 0.1 there. Maybe that's a little bit of an oversight. It's pretty rare that heals of the same type stack like that. And it's not like, yeah, I mean, they don't have any other source of healing, so that's gotta be what it is. Bloodwake Berserkers, they do have one of the Mutant Rout Ogres. I mean, that's kind of what they are. They're just a big Rout Ogre. One of the Mutant Rat Ogres is running away. It will rally, be able to come back, and they can just go find some Marauders to fight on for a bit. Then come back and do it all over again. Packmaster is, you know, scrapping against one of the cultists here. The other cultists just totally blobbed up in garbage infantry. And have the summons have already come out. I don't know where they went, but they certainly got used by the cultists, and we get a sort of corn, which is cute, but there's still just swarms of Skaven everywhere across the field, dude. And honestly, over here would have been a better target, because there's more Skaven blobbed up over here. You'd probably gotten a little bit more value out of it, and probably a few more kills as well, because Sword of Khorne is just devastating for lightly armored stuff. It would have one-shot, like, all of the Skaven in this little blob here. Bloodwake Berserkers continuing to grind away. They're just totally alone now. Still getting good value. They'll probably end up with about 2,500. Maybe not, though. Maybe only about 2,000. Because they are starting to take some pretty serious damage from the Mutant Rat Ogres. I mean, these things are getting in. And starting to pummel the models. They get a Relentless Rage, which is really nice. It's going to help keep their leadership at Unbreakable. They're not going to lose any models in the meantime. Once it wears off, though, they're going to start losing a bunch. And 3 guys immediately drop dead. Another one bites the dust here. You can just tar pit these guys at this stage of the game, because you got the triple cap as the Skaven here. And Khorne is just continuing to throw out units without any real game plan. It's probably the biggest issue. You've lost your lord, you've got these heroes who just don't have a lot of mobility, and even though they're like good combatants, them fighting a bunch of clan rats all game is not really going to be cost effective for them. The Marauders are getting pounded by the Warp Lightnings. Some of them have at least done decent damage. Just don't bring the Khorngors in. What you probably want to do against a 20 stack of Skaven is to just, like, try and hammer their front with, like, Fleshhounds, pull back whenever Mutant Rat Ogres are trotting over. If you've got these cultists, utilize them in a team together with Skulltaker to just run around and be an equally kind of scary blob that your opponent doesn't really want to engage on. Make sure you got a Khorngor nearby. Every fight. That way you can retreat back to them and use them to kind of buffer out your opponent. We do get some Chaos Warriors out. They'll be nice and stalwart, but they're not going to be able to flip the game alone. You can see it's just getting worse and worse in the value trading for Khorne. The Minotaurs, they're a little too isolated. There's way too much chaff underneath them. All these large targets are just kind of getting away with murder, chipping away at them. Do get a big rout going down a lot of the Skaven. The Cultist just gets absolutely pinballed into. The Minotaurs are getting knocked around still. Ability wears off, leadership breaks, they rout, Cultist routes. Everything's routing for Khorne. That's gonna be game, man. Vermintide got hands, man. 1,500 on the Wrathmongers. I mean, that's about as little as I've ever seen them get, truth be told. Without, like, a full kite build. Like, for engaging them in melee, that really isn't that much value for them. Typically, you just have to commit to killing them at a distance, because otherwise they'll get just ridiculous amounts of value against you. But with all of the chaff surrounding them, you know, they got a bunch of kills. They still got 1,500. They did pretty good damage to the Mutant Rat Ogres, but these things are just healing so much. It got almost 2,000 value. It's crazy, dude. It's just not a build that I would expect to be so effective, but here we are. Here we are. Oh, damn, I forgot to send you the build, Tabith. That's my bad. I think I took a screenshot of it. Hold on. Let me get to, let me do something for Tabith real quick, guys. Gotta hook up a fellow high elf player with a build. Alright, there we go. Tomb King's Warriors of Chaos. Let's see how it goes. It's a pretty small Warriors of Chaos build for the Tomb Kings. Not that any of these units are, like, weak against them. You just might struggle getting into the squishier parts of the Tomb King army that you want to really fight. If you just don't have anything to occupy all of the skeletons and the horsemen. The Blood Beasts are going to be pretty squishy, dude. I love Blood Beasts. I think they're good into a lot of matchups. I think Tomb Kings might be one of the ones where you don't want these guys, and you do kind of need the heavy AP of... Oh wait, though, this is Warriors of Chaos. I don't know what I'm talking about. They don't have Minotaurs. They have to bring Blood Beasts or something like that. Well, forget about it then.
Keep it from the foe.
Warriors of Chaos, if they had Minotaurs, would be bringing them here, because the anti-large is really nice against the Tomb Kings, where all of their good stuff is a large target for the most part. Blood Beasts are good generalists, and they can clear out cavalry pretty nicely. They can scrap against Ushabti pretty well. They do tend to fall off in this matchup pretty badly, though, because they get poked to death by skeleton spears. It is really awful when your Blood Beasts are getting murderized by, you know, like 300 gold chaff.
Keep it from the foe.
Skeleton horse archers can also poke them pretty effectively. Generally, you want, like, Khorne Tors if you're running up into the Tomb Kings. For the Beastmen, they also bring, like, one Minotaur Great Weapon, but they also have Gorbals, who are probably a little bit stronger at clearing through the Tomb Kings units. Aspiring Champions take some big damage. Archaon is chasing the Horsemen and kind of getting filled full of arrows for his trouble. I mean, he's definitely not been hammered down horrendously, but he has lost about 500 HP at this stage of the game, which is really not ideal. Kind of want your Lord to be as healthy as possible for the more important engagements later on. Look at Archaon on foot here. It's very rare sighting. Generally, you see Settra. He's just way more meta currently on his War Sphinx, but Archaon trotting in on foot. He's got his Tomb Blade, Spirit Leech, and Fate of Buna to punish any units that might be getting a little too close. They'd be good targets for that. Archaon is the perfect unit to use Spirit Leech on. Chunky, hard to kill melee combatant lord. Whose HP pool is pretty thick, but he doesn't have any healing. So, a couple Spirit Leeches over the course of the game, considering he's already pretty beat up, will get him down to half health pretty fast, man. Chosen of the Gods have not been very effective so far. They really have been struggling to get any value against the Aspiring Champions. Which is really good to know. I was thinking that they would get wrecked by these things. But evidently not. Just dodging back and forth with the champions. Bone Giant shot, kind of splitting the difference between these two models and only getting a little bit of splash damage. Dodging in, finally dropping a couple models here. But it's no big deal. Warriors of Chaos have the double cap. They'll be slowly hanging on to that, working on a ticket lead, which is, you know, going to be short in the coming. Shouldn't be too much longer. Limited number of units for both sides. Tomb Kings only having 24 is honestly pretty is a pretty small army. Lots of times you'll see them with like closer to like 28 to 30 units. So I'm curious what's in reserve. Probably just a lot of Tomb Guard. Because there's already 2 Tomb Guard halberds out here who were not on the battlefield at the start for sure. Akold getting into combat here. He's just amazing. Very durable. pretty hard to kill, but if he gets surrounded by Ushabti, that could be one way that you wear him out. Especially with some skeleton spears coming in to buffer damage for the Ushabti. You can see them with their cool dual-bladed weapons getting in here against our old boy. And a nice dodge of the burning head. A little bit of damage on the skeleton spears that they do scoot back and get out of the way. Not suffering too much for it, and a little bit of poke onto the skeleton spears. Archaon just keeps getting hit by a Spirit Leech, though, from Arcan. He's overcasting it to get the extra range, which is definitely worth it, in my opinion. Especially when you bring, what is it, Life Leeching? Yeah, Life Leeching. It's basically a free rebate on your Death Magic casts. Every time you cast, you're getting 2.5 Winds of Magic in return. And Spirit Leech is only 11 WOM. It's not that much more expensive for the extra range. The overcast damage is not that bad. Arcan's gotten a little bit of damage done to him from it. But it's just going to be very, very efficient grinding down Archaon from range like that. Marauder's getting hammered. Aspiring Champions take a nasty shot from the Bone Giant on the way in. Chosen of the Gods probably got like 600 values. Basically nothing. Pretty unfortunate for the Tomb Kings. They definitely need a little bit more out of their big shooters. Struggling there is definitely not going to do them any favors for the late game, where their cap weight is just so bad, they're going to really have a hard time locking down points. 2 Ushabti get on the Aspiring Champions here. This Ushabti and the Skeleton Spears handling the Hellstriders and the other Aspiring Champion. Not too many issues so far. Bone Giant continuing to whiff shots. It's just so bad and inaccurate. You should just almost never bring it, honestly. Bone Giant buffs have been talked about for a while now. When they do hit, they hit hard. It's just the issue of their accuracy and their line of sight being a little bit inconsistent. Forsaken get up into the spears, doing some good damage. We saw another Burning Head go down, but not a lot of value from it either. Really good Skeleton Warrior summon. This one does have more entities than a standard Skeleton Warrior for the Tomb Kings. It's got 200, which is kind of goofy. I mean, do they get more HP? They most certainly do. Oh my god. How much value are you getting out of these? Actually, pretty good value, all things considered. You get 5 skeleton summons out of the Tomb Blade of Arcan, which is pretty good, all things considered. It only costs 200 gold. If all of your Skeleton Warriors get 200 value, that's 1,000 value from this item, which is pretty amazing. It does have to recharge in melee combat, which is a little bit of a pain, so you gotta be aware of it. It's kind of hard to use all 5 charges. But just continuing to drop Spirit Leech here. Arcan with 1,100 value. Really nice stuff. Hanging on to that Buna still. Oh, and look at this. Oh, man. Ushabti summon. With the Skeleton Horseman trying to shut down the Hell Cannon back here. Honestly, a really good choice of target for the summon. This is why Tomb Kings can be really hard to counter with artillery, is because they just get the free Ushabti summon that they can throw out anywhere on the battlefield at will. They're getting in here and they're doing big damage to the artillery crew right now. The little Chaos Dwarf crew probably going to be going down here, which is going to be very painful for the warriors. Going to be kind of hard to break the Tomb Kings off the points without any substantial number of units on the field, man. Archaon's just continually getting shined by Arcan here on foot. Yeah! Arcan's pretty cheap. On horseback, he costs about, what? Close to 2,000, I'm pretty sure, with what he's got here. And on foot, I think he's another 300 gold cheaper. It's like 1,500, 1,400 maybe. Which means the Tomb Kings are sticking some higher quality units in their army here. They're even taking the number 3 objectives. Very rare you see the Tomb Kings get a triple cap. But it looks to be well underway here. The Horse Archers have been okay. They could have done a little bit better.
Your units has been destroyed.
They were definitely firing against some, you know, not super efficient targets for a while there. But, you know, it is what it is. They occupied a lot of attention on the outside here. And the Tomb Kings are going to be reinforcing the 2. Grinding it out on the 3. They got some Nekara Warriors and Skeleton Horsemen going over there.
You have the foes.
More
Victory
Ushapti
won.
moving up. Chosen of the Gods coming up. And the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes are going to be getting absolutely hammered here. See the shots coming in, but they do move at the last second, so they do dodge it pretty nicely. They got an attack order. It wasn't really any, like, intentional dodge from Random Cuban, but it was very fortuitous, that's for sure. But now they get some shots on target, and these guys will break because Chosen of the Gods do count as a artillery unit, so they give the -10 leadership debuff. Which is a big problem for Marauder Horsemen because they only have 48 leadership. I tend to find Marauder Horsemen to be very bad unless you've already killed the Great Bows and such. Typically, you just want more aggressive units to really get up in the face of the Tomb Kings. And you just want to try and, like, grind out their chaff as quickly as possible while still being able to chip in effective damage against their Ushapti Great Bows and whatever artillery or big monsters they may have. Hellcannon actually survived back here, which is kind of surprising. Opening up now. One model in the Chosen of the Gods eating some dirt, dust. Maybe just going back to the sands. I don't really know how to term it. Beautiful shots so far, man. Getting some pretty good value on that now. Probably a little too late, though. Akold is alive, but kind of getting bullied by the Tomb Scorpion. Just keeps getting knocked over by its attack patterns. It's actually standing in here pretty nicely now and fighting toe-to-toe against it.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Akold's just gonna stick around all game. It's hard to kill him, dude. I mean, he's got this great heal. He's immune to psychology. He didn't really need Foe Seeker, but I mean, it's keeping him a little bit fresher than. Oh wait, well he's got the. I always forget.
Glory is yours.
You don't even need Foe Seeker on Akold, even if you want to keep him at perfect vigor or try to, because his heal, his perpetual heal, also lowers his vigor, which is pretty cool. Look at Akold; he's got a freaking arrow through the back of his head. Ouch, dude. That's the actual like shaft. Jesus Christ! Went all the way through his head and neck. Tzeentch's doing him a lot of favors there, keeping his ass alive. That's gonna smart. Not gonna be walking away and feeling good about that one tomorrow. So W did a really good job of just staying disciplined, value trading early, then slow pushing out, and walking down the Warriors of Chaos after doing some really good damage to our boy Archaon with the Spirit Leeches. All right, we're checking in for the tournament at 7:30, and it's a double. Oh, it's a single faction tournament. Who do we play then? Give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna go see what other people are playing before I make a decision. I'd like to play something that doesn't have a bunch of other people already on it. got some Dowie, Grand Cathay, Empire. We'll play Khorne. Try and get their win rate up. Practice them a little bit in a tournament setting. I've been doing really well with them on ladder lately. I got a bunch of replays saved where I was playing them, and I've been running over all the other people that I've been running into. So I'd really like to get back in there and see if I can maybe, you know, make it happen. A couple of these games are kind of weird. This one was very bizarre. Celestial Lake's actually kind of hard to push artillery on. And I rematched the same person right after that and just absolutely raffle stomped him on Bordeleau, where it's a little bit easier to advance up into your opponent's back line. Actually rematched all of the people that I've ran into ladder, which is kind of funny. But anyways, let's get back into the new player tournaments. I'll show some of those off later if I have time. Almost done with the new player tournament replays, so we'll be there in a jiffy. Tak versus God of Noobs here. Teclis on his bird. Potion of Koroi, Boundfire Convocation, Sword, Flock of Doom, and Regrowth. The Omen of Asurion's going to be with him. The reason that I don't like Tyrion on his Phoenix is it costs an obscene amount of money. I mean, he's already a stupidly expensive lord, and then you're paying like the full cost for an Arcane Phoenix without getting Emberstorm. Emberstorm on the Arcane Phoenixes is crazy strong. Not having it is really painful. I would generally avoid bringing Teclis at all costs on his bird. It just does not seem to work very well. The utility of having Emberstorm makes a big difference because it does so much damage, man. It clears out blobbed up chaff really well. It just ruins elite infantry. And since it's an ability, you know, it technically doesn't count as a spell. So against factions like Khorne, the Emberstorm, it's basically your AoE vortex damage, which can be really nice, because Khorne typically is pretty safe from it. Good isolation on the sneaky gits here. They were just, you know, you're flying overhead, you spot something, bird of prey that. Absolutely ruining the day of these poor hobgoblins. Noble on a chariot's kind of cool. These guys can be pretty good, but they lack AP. I tend to find them pretty mediocre. We'll see about it here, though. We do get a Shield of Sapphire. We also saw a little bit of Flock of Doom action. Nothing too wild. The Omen of Asurion taking some damage here, but you're going to get a Regrowth, and the Kadai Fireborn going to be pushed back here. Hell Cannon shots coming in against the White Lions of Trace, while the Lothern Seaguard are trying to help poke down the Kadai here. It's going to take a while. Tak needs to be a little better on these ranged units being spaced out. You want like a concave. You don't want units overlapped like this. Yeah, this is exactly why you don't want them overlapped like this. We do get a good reaction for the most part, trying to spread it out, but it can be a little chaotic. They're really lucky. I mean, they could have truly gotten one shot there, but I mean, the Convocation still got some damage on all three of these units. One of them by happenstance because it was routing already. Having good concave firing with your missile line is important because you get better angles. You can focus fire really effectively, like against this noble who just got massacred on the way in. And it also makes a big difference for survivability, so that stuff like this doesn't happen where your opponent just pops like a big AoE and just deletes 2 units for free, basically. The Omen of Asurion, big damage from that. One Emberstorm looking to maybe go bully one of the other blunderbusses. Lothern Seaguard trying to hold the points, but Kadai Fireborn really running over them right now. Lotherns are putting a little return damage into these guys. The issue is that they just don't have a lot of AP. And the Kadai have a good enough bonus versus infantry that they are getting around the solid melee defense that Lothern Seaguard have otherwise. And the Hobgoblin Archers really poking away at these dudes. They don't have any shields. The other Lothern Seaguard variant has a silver shield, which would mean that the Hobgoblin Archers wouldn't be that effective against them, but here they're just kind of getting run over, man. And this is kind of what I was afraid of. Teclis just isn't high impact enough in domination mode. He might be better in, like, land battles, but oftentimes he's just way too expensive for the lack of AoE damage that he can deal. And you can just bring the actual regular old birds and do better. And High Elves really don't do well when they go skinny because they are super squishy. Their units just don't have a lot of health. Rangers tend to just get completely flattened when they try and trot out onto the field, just like what's happening here. And this army is just not very well suited for fighting the Chaos Dowie, in my opinion. You got a bunch of flyers that are very vulnerable to Infernal Guard Fireglaves and Blunderbuss lines. Deathstreak rockets can also do good damage to these guys. You can't really engage against the Bale Taurus characters unless you get a solid double team off, and even then it's going to be a little risky. God damn, and Teclis is just getting absolutely obliterated right now. He gets a regrowth, which is really nice, but still taking the worst of all that damage. Gonna have about 3,200 HP, maybe? Pretty close. Pops his WOM reserves. Typically, the way you want to use the Sword of Teclis is actually you want to use this right before you cast a regrowth. Because it gives you spell mastery, right? So you can cast a more powerful regrowth while still getting the WOM back in the bank. It slows down the amount that you get over the course of a long game. But I do think it's a little bit better for you overall, because it just makes your casting a little bit more efficient the first go-around. The Hobgoblin Archers getting run down by War Lions of Trace here have gotten good value. That's really about it, though. And it doesn't look bad for God of Noobs if you just look at the damage values. But you gotta remember, that's all tied up in the Chariot now, and the Phoenix, who are, you know, doing their best, but they gotta make up a lot of ground on the value trade game, and then you gotta bring out stuff that actually cap points, and it's gonna just all be low tier garbage, or it's gonna be like overly expensive units like the Sisters of Avalorn, who I'm really afraid for. As the Chaos Dowie just keep committing blunderbusses and armored infantry onto the field, they'll just slow push the Dowie off the points. Or not the Dowie, the High Elves off the points. Blunderbusses, yeah, here we go. Tekla's looking to get in. Blunderbusses get a beautiful volley off when he stops right in front of him. Absolutely horrible place to stay, bud. There's no Fiery Rebirth on Teclis either. So he basically has to heal himself. And his stats still aren't that good. I just don't see it, dude. Just bring the Omen of Asturion or a regular Arcane Phoenix, and just bring another Lord, or bring Teclis on horseback. Teclis on the horse is fairly cost-effective. He does cost a lot with his spell kit and items and such, but he's a little bit easier to use there. He can still support with spells. He does have a lot of really good spell options. It's just that the spells don't really facilitate any of his activity on the big bird, really. The Lion Chariot is 1,400 value, which is pretty nice. Close to 15. The Hell Cannon, though, has just really been farming infantry, which is just not fun to see. I mean, these things cost about 1,200. They actually do cost exactly 1,200. And it's gotten about 2,000 value, which is pretty beautiful for the Chaos Dwarves. Wasting a shot there, but no big deal. It's done more than enough. Bolt Thrower crew moving over. More Lothern Seaguard coming up. Sisters trotting out, but the Khedai Fireborn are just too juicy, man. And we saw the last Ember Storm. I think trying to hit the Chaos Dwarf, great weapons, but a good dodge from Tok there. The blunderbusses all got pretty good value. Even some of the other ones that have already been killed. This one is trotting out from reserve. Kind of like the mass blunderbuss build. You basically doubled your value on all of them here. The Khedai have been on a little lackluster, but that's not really for lack of trying. They just haven't really had a lot of targets is the thing, right? We'll just fast forward through this. I mean, Fireborn come up, but they're gonna not be able to do much of anything. They might be able to cap like 1 or 2 objectives. See a nice shot from the Hell Cannon goes down. Need to unsummon this thing. Got 2100 value. Blunderbuss is trotting in a little slow on the react with the Fireborn here. They do get in on one Blunderbuss. They're taking quite a bit of damage. They fight the Khedai Fireborn. And the Hobgoblin Sneaky Git's actually doing some good damage to those guys. I mean, yeah. High Elf's calling it at this point. Just trickling units out is just never really going to work. Zaytane was pretty okay. He just, like, ran around and was inconspicuous. I just realized there's no caster for Tok here. I mean, you can win without magic. It's just, you know, for Chaos Dwarves, you really should bring it because they're kind of designed around it. Like, they've got all these characters and heroes with these really good lores of magic that can definitely get you a lot of value. Just mix one in. Zaytan on foot's pretty cheap anyways. Unless you're going for, like, some, you know, kind of weird, loreful type of build. Not generally worth it. We're back up to here. Okay. Smokey versus Tok. We'll watch this later. Tournament's about to start, so I need to, gear up for that in a minute. I gotta restart, because game thinks I'm offline for some reason. Give me a sec, guys. I don't know why it does. I wouldn't be streaming otherwise, right? Just confused. Who makes Undead Living again? I just saw your message, Tabith. Who are you talking about? I did do some other High Elf games Saturday and Monday, Tabith, so check those out. I'm pretty sure I did one of yours as well yesterday. Your game against Grand Cathay. It was really fun to watch. You played really well. My only note for you would be to be a little more careful with the Shadow Walkers, because they're a great unit. They can defend themselves in melee, but they shouldn't be used too aggressively, because they are expensive and they can get run down by Cav. Being a little more self-preserving with them will net you a lot more value out of those guys. Here we go. Now I'm online. See what we can do with Khorne. And who our first opponent will be. Has some Demons of Chaos players, some Tzeentch. Wood Elves, Vampire Coast. I have no idea who Space Pope is supposed to be playing. Oh, I think Norska. Okay. Dark Elves, High Elves, and Hitman Hippo. Oh, I think might have been a little too late for a check-in. But would be playing Empire. The one Warrior of Chaos hero? A-Cold? Really? Akold brings undead back to life? How the hell does he do that? I mean, I guess his lore is, or his passive heal is literally called the Breath of Life, so... I mean, it was very fitting considering a whole-ass arrow went through his, basically his entire face. Alright, give me a sec, guys. Let's see who we are facing up against. We're playing Space Pope. I'm pretty sure Space Pope is playing Norsca. We're gonna have to, like, find out for sure now. Norsca isn't bad against Khorne. It's fluctuated over time. I think Khorne typically just wants to play the matchup a little bit differently from how they do other factions. And they can usually be pretty well suited for winning here. Okay, let me try joining his lobby. Alright. Worked fine for me. Okay, well, we're in here. We got map bans. So what are the maps? Lost Temple of Sotek, Eastern Isle Colony, Terracotta Graveyard. What map do we want to be on? I don't actually know Terracotta Graveyard. I'm familiar with Eastern Isle Colony and Lost Temple, though. Lost Temple's pretty terrain heavy. Give me a sec. I need to check something. Ain't no way we're playing on the forested map, then. I'm not dealing with a bunch of units with Strider on them. Use top of bracket. Pretty sure Space Pope is. Alright, one sec, I'll be back. I'm waiting on Space Pope's map ban right now. Oh wow, really banned Lost Temple. Okay. Kind of surprised they banned it. It's gonna be a better map for Khorne versus Norsca. Probably Eastern Isle Colony. Alright. Be gone for now. I'll bring y'all back in a minute. Take y'all over here. Give me a sec. That's the current Khorne win rate, by the way, against Norsca. So you can see it's a very even matchup. Definitely not one that you can just sleepwalk through. Need to be pretty discerning and careful here. I don't think it'll be too difficult. We should be fine. I'm pretty sure I've got a pretty nice build against these guys. These guys are actually good here. One of these. One of these. Some of these. Having a little trouble fitting in exactly what I want, but this is looking a little more promising now. Got an awkward amount of money left. What am I lacking here? Do I feel confident in this build? About as confident as I could in anything else, so let's do it. One sec. Here we go. I'll bring y'all back. I'm just gonna, you know, hide away a little bit. Oh, Harold Hammerstorm. He doesn't bring them back to life. He just, like, actually scares undead units, which is really funny. I don't really know the lore behind a lot of the more obscure characters. I just know some of the bigger ones. Harold Hammerstorm's kind of fun to use as the Warriors of Chaos. He's better against the vampire counts, though. Tomb Kings would probably be a little much to ask of him, because he's a really slow character. He is not waddling anywhere quickly.
Axfather's Marauders! Wolffather's Warriors! For Valkyr!
And Tomb Kings do have lots of characters, and they'll just waddle away from them,
Axfather's Marauders!
which would really suck. We've got Furies. So the idea behind my builds lately for Khorne has actually been like a mixture of going, just like a cheap infantry line, some semi-expensive units, and some early aggression facilitators, as I like to call them. Having Furies and Fleshhounds out early actually makes it a little bit easier to attack your opponent more aggressively as Khorne, because you've got the tools to get rear charges and really like harry them, especially if they're like lightly armored units, and then you can bring in some of the more elite stuff as your second wave. I mean, just want to skirmish really well early on. That's kind of what the Hellforged Bellower is for. It did get nerfed, but it's still really powerful when it's landing shots. And Norsca doesn't have great answers for this thing, especially at range. If they want to try and close the gap with Marauder Horsemen or with Hunter Javelins, you can really punish those with the Hellforged Bellowers themselves, and also screen with the Furies. So this is actually kind of a kite build from Khorne, which is one of the things they struggle against the most. But I actually think they're really good at playing into themselves, and I'm going to try and make that happen this tournament. I'm personally kind of tired of getting run around in circles playing the Blood Gods, so we're going to do it to the other players, theoretically.
Axfather's Marauders!
Haven't got any word from Space Pope. Is he alive?
Sleipnir thirsts.
Where's my boy? I don't know what he brought. He's got 13 units. He probably has like a big dragon or something.
Valkyr the Bloody.
Because the Chaos Dragons do have like frostbite and magic attacks. And they can pummel the Hellforged Bellower if you're not careful. The Fleshhounds are here for some early mass, and then we've got throwing axes who can do some pretty decent damage to them. Let's get up here. Let's go across here. Let's get the Furies kind of set up for any potential early aggression. And actually send the Fleshhound and a Fury over there, in fact. Yeah, and we got a big line of Hunter Javelins back there, and even some Marauder Berserkers, which is kind of cool. Just pull back. No reason to overextend here. We're gonna get up, and we're gonna actually shoot the, we're actually gonna shoot these horsemen again. Actually already taken a decent amount of damage. My horsemen, they can kind of bully a little bit here. War Shrine Mammoth is not gonna really be able to outmuscle us here.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
We do need, Minotaur out. Good damage on those guys. We're skirmishing some.
Valkyr the Bloody.
Let's shoot this Javelin Hunter here.
Victory point.
Beautiful damage. Let's get back and avoid a little bit of fire here. Valkia is going to avoid some damage as well. Fire in here. Our Marauders are actually pretty good at killing Norscan Marauders. It's actually a pretty decent fight for Khorne. Let's get our charges in here. Let's get the Furies overhead. We're gonna have to shoot this frickin' mammoth, dude, because it's gonna come in and try and terrify us.
Master, behold!
We're gonna hit both of those Marauder units now.
Sage my bloodline!
Let's get in there and get after our boy. We need to send one of these Marauders over. We're gonna get out a Bloodletter. Got a good engagement here. We're killing a bunch of stuff here. We've kind of cracked open our opponent's front line pretty nicely.
Certain death!
I just need to keep hammering this frickin' mammoth. These guys need to keep fighting. We need the Hellforge Bellower to be a little bit more active here. Yeah, that's a pretty good final transmutation. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna do some pretty good work, but it's not gonna be, like, devastating or anything. Can we break through here? We're actually losing some momentum, which is not great. Let's get some more aggressive units out and go after these guys. Get up into the second line, keep firing at the Hellforge Bellower. Let's get Valkia out of here. These are just regular old Marauders. Might need to... oh, he's not actually attacking her. Okay. Can you shoot, please? What is this thing doing? Come on, man. I need it to actually fire, because it's going to be really important for me in the mid-game here. We're going to go push the back objective while my opponent's not really paying attention.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Slaughter personified!
Got a little bit of trouble going on here. I think we'll be fine. My opponent's being really aggressive into my back line. I'm going to bring up some Forsaken now. Should be a good clear unit in the mid game here. Let's get the Flesh Hounds onto those guys. Let's keep fighting in here.
Execute!
Alright, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna take our opponent's back point.
Slaupnir thirst!
Valkia's barely gonna be able to beat this mammoth. And the Norse controls fighting against my Bloodletters is actually really nice for me. Because they'll do a ton of damage. We just need to get up in here and keep being aggressive. We should be able to win this fight now. We've got our Skull Cannon left, which is going to start to clear out some of these units here. Nice punishing shots. We're getting up into the second line there. Our horsemen are still fairly healthy. We just really need these Bloodletters to get up in there too. Got some Marauders going.
Glorious slaughter!
Taking the back point. We did actually cap it, which is pretty hilarious. This is where our staying power is going to really overwhelm our opponent. Come on, get in the radius, please. Thank God. Alright. So we got that going. We got to win back here. Let's break up and in. Let's just... oh, wait. Not that unit. We need to shoot the other one there. And let's get a Marauder on the point. These guys get unsummoned. Valkia. I just want to make sure this thing doesn't come back. I can probably leave it alone now. I can bring a Fury over there. We're going to lose that. We did actually not cap that back point. I could have sworn we did. Maybe we did. But whatever. We're winning on the middle now. That back pressure is kind of what got us the victory over here. And let's kill the let's kill those Norse controls while they're running away. And we're going to keep after these Hunter Javelins as well. And the Forsaken are going to stand here and cap. And then we bring up another Throwing Axe. And these guys, this unit's going to chase down those spears. And these guys are going to replace and sit and chill. And we're actually going to rotate over here now. Because my opponent looks like they want to come for the back point. We got the middle. Let's pull back. Let's get this Forsaken forward. Throwing Axes can rally.
You have the foe's victory.
These guys should just run in.
Blood for the Blood God!
The Warshrine Mammoth did come back, but, you know, whatever. I'm not that worried about it. I'm gonna blast the spears with the Hellforge Bellower. Alright, we, like, saved Valkia here by popping that when she gets hit by Final Transmutation.
Making ground!
So, she'll be fine. She's gonna take some damage, but it could have been over for her, and instead she's just gonna be a little fucked up, which is, you know, it just is what it is, I guess. We're gonna pop this on the Forsaken. They're actually gonna scrap against those Norscan Ice Trolls as long as they can over there. These guys, they've cleaned up those dudes. We'll get over there. We'll get our Marauder Horsemen in. We're actually going to press the back objective again. Valkia is just going to be careful here. We'll send the Hellforge Bellower over to the number 1. One of these guys will actually be kind of good. What did the Forsaken do? Damn, I mean, they got some, like, value, but I don't think they actually killed anything, which is annoying. That's fine. I think we'll be okay. We got the engagement here. Let's pull back. We don't want to stay committed to this fight, actually. It's not going to be too good for me. Let's get up in here. Oh, man, my horseman actually got a little terrified here. It's really close, so we should actually be pretty careful here. We don't want to overcommit. Let's get in here. Valkia is going to drop a Sloutney here on those Marauders who are engaged on my dudes. We're going to send the Horsemen in to get into the Forsaken. We actually overextended over here, which is just really bad for me. But we should be able to get another Fleshhound in, and they'll be good enough to hold this back point. They'll outfight the Norscan Ice Wolves. They might be able to save my units as well. Let's get away from here. We are killing the Skin Wolves. So we're just going to push on to the units back there. We're going to keep running in. Hellforge Bellowers is very healthy and saucy. It'll carry me in the late game. We're going to commit on to this fight, and we're going to pop our Horn of Corn here. Just to win that fight.
Valkia the Bloody!
It's a Final Transmutation, but it's not going to be ruinous. It's not the Overcast variant. It's going to be a little annoying, but it could be a lot worse for me. Oh, really? This Fleshhound's gonna crumble? Oh, wow, they rallied. Huge. Actually kind of huge. Hellforge Bellower is gonna fire into these guys and bully them. It actually impacted into something else. Whatever. Alright, all this stuff is rallying. Let's actually go for the back objective again. Let's get a Minotaur up. A little bit of super heavy punching power is definitely going to help us out. Let's charge in. Valky's going to try and kill Wulfric. Oh, stupid Marauders, man. They're such cowards. They just don't want to fight. Let's unsummon these guys, actually.
Taking action.
We got Demon Shield, so Valkyrie will be able to survive here. I think she's going to be able to do enough damage to actually kill Wulfric as well. And let's get a Fury in here to go after these Marauder Hunters. I'm gonna run over these guys. Come on, Valkyrie, just hold the line, girl.
Skulls.
What are these guys breaking for, man? Why are y'all running away? Cowards, man. I'm telling you. It's embarrassing. What are you up to? The rallying Ice Wolves back there are going to kill my dudes. Valkyrie just needs to fight. We're going to collapse in here. Minotaurs are going to get up in here and actually do some damage, hopefully. Had a bunch of stuff that's, like, threatening to break, but I think they should be able to hold. Let's get away from here. Let's get another Fleshhound out to chase down this Horseman unit. And we did end up losing the Hellforge Beller, but I got 1900 value, which is pretty good. Let's go for this back point. We've temporarily lost the middle objective. Let's try and kill Wulfric here. Valkyrie should be able to beat him. I'm surprised she hasn't killed him already. She gets a really nice shot in there. She's got an 1800 value. The Minotaurs have finally broken through here. I think this is where we take it over. We just need to cap this frickin' objective, dude. And we'll bring a Forsaken out to cap the point. Once we've got the double cap, we'll be fine. Let's unsummon these guys. This unit's rallying. We're gonna get over here. We're gonna collapse here. We're gonna kill this here. Valkyrie is gonna live here. These Furies just need to keep fighting here. Now we can get the Forsaken up and go cap the point. Good boys. My opponent just keeps feeding me Marauder Horsemen. They're not bad, for sure, but they're not going to be able to carry this game. Alright, let's get this frickin' middle point. Let's kill this stupid Marauder guy here. Let's use the Furies aggressively. And bring up another Marauder.
Valkyrie the Bloody. Cornet's blessings.
Oh, I love Demon Shield, dude. It just guarantees Valkyrie value. It's so good. Horsemen are getting collapsed on. They're very screwed here. Furies actually have good mass at 250. They're going to really pummel these poor Horsemen. And we're just going to keep being aggressive with the Fleshhounds. Because my opponent can run all he wants, but it's not going to save his ass. And I think we've got to secure enough hold on the points now. These guys need to get on summon. We need to trot out over here. Get another Marauder up over there. Let's collapse in there. Let's collapse in there. Get over here. Valkyrie over there. Marauders chilling. Like villains. Let's actually go here. My opponent's maybe a little scattered. And we'll actually get aggressive on the last point. Got a Marauder to hold this, and we'll send the Forsaken over. I'm gonna pop that there so they don't break. Horseman, Forsaken, Marauder. Hold here. Let's go kill fucking Wulfric. Big win over here. I used Relentless Rage just in case my opponent somehow got onto my rear there. We're gonna take this point. I don't even know if we technically have to, but I'm not risking it. I think it's like close, but I don't play in close. I play in decisive victories only. Thank you. My opponent's never going to be able to get back up on these points. We've just, like, fully outmuscled him. And that's Khorne in a nutshell, baby. Just all beefy boys
Valkia the Bloody!
kicking some serious ass.
Act for their marauders. Blade and flame.
Some Minotaurs, man. Oh, they finally go down, but we got the point.
Wolf-father's warriors.
Oh, baby. You held on. He held on really well. That was a great freaking game, dude. Mega close. Khorne is no weakling, though. 1600, 1500, really good value on the Flesh Hounds. They did come in a couple times, but hey, I mean, you get 1500 value on 2 summons of Flesh Keys? Oh, baby. Eat it. Eat that up every day. Skin Wolves were fine. The Ice Wolves were annoying, but we eventually got rid of them. The Hunter Javelins, one of them got good value. The other ones got bullied pretty badly. Marauder Horsemen are usually really good against Khorne, but I think the build that I've got here is actually a very effective anti-skirmish build. It's kind of hard to mess with. Oh, and this Minotaur was the one that came out both times. It didn't do that well. I definitely could have used it a little bit better. Same with these Horsemen in reserve. The Exalted Bloodletters were solid. They weren't spectacular, but they kind of got in there and they held for a while. They were an annoying roadblock that my opponent had to take time to break down, and then we just swarmed out more cost-effective options than he was able to throw onto the field. Especially for the late game. That's always like one of the biggest deciding factors is were you able to save anything up for the end of matches? And what kind of quality units do you have on the field? Like, he was kind of having to throw out spearmen and a bunch of horsemen. And I was able to save up and bring up some Forsaken and some other really good counters to all of that pressure. It's kind of hard to scrap effectively at that point. See who we get for the next round. It's a great name. Apparently everybody's playing a freaking Eastern Isle colony. We had one person on Lost Temple Sotek, I think. That's it. Oh, Shaper of Fate. Okay. I'm pretty sure they're playing Tzeentch. Tzeentch is... Oh, I hate playing against Tzeentch. You don't run into a lot of people who play them, and they're really, really tricky. What are the maps? Let's start deciding on our map ban. I would love to play on the Changer's Madhouse, dude. Either of the other ones would be pretty fun for me as well. Changers is just like a favorite map of mine. It's maybe not the best map for Khorne into Tzeentch, honestly, but we might play it anyways. Another really even matchup, dude. Okay. We're going to try and swing it back in our favor. It's not going to be easy. I've played Shaper a handful of times, and it's really good, so we are going to have to be on our best game behavior here, so to speak. What do I think my opponent is gonna bring? What do we really need to worry about? Tzeentch Dagors are gonna be pretty annoying. Definitely want these guys in reserve. Probably want more of these. Don't want to open with those this time. Probably want to limit the numbers. This unit's going to be bad. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'll bring this fucking unit in reserve. I kind of need them. They're gonna have to do a lot of work if my opponent brings a specific kind of build. So we can be patient if we have to. I love being aggressive, though. That's my absolute dream scenario, is just, oh, I get to Unga Bunga into my opponent. Perfect. Full sending it. It's always a joy to me. That's hard removal. A little bit of mobile support. And single entity, anti-single entity. That might be too much of an investment. I'm sorry I've gone so quiet. I'm having such a crisis of faith at the end here as to what unit exactly I'm looking for to round out my build. Alright, I guess I'm ready. Alright, I guess I'm ready. My build is definitely something. We're gonna have to see how it works out. There's some worries here, for sure. But that's just kind of how you gotta play into, Tzeentch. Because they can do some really, crazy shenanigans. You need to be semi-prepared for everything. But still, like, committing to what you really think your opponent's going to be, like, leaning into as their anchor. So, that's going to be, like, the big deciding factor. We'll hide our build here. I'm ready. I don't think Shaper would try to stream snipe me or anything. Just in case. We are mostly just playing for the faction. Tzeentch does a lot of the same stuff no matter what their builds are, so we're just gearing up here for the thing that we are, like, most worried about. Sweet. Kicking it off. See if we can get our let's see if we can get our second win. Please don't crash. I'm begging you, game. Thank you. Okay. We're repping the Brazen Throne as always. Really surprised. Them's my colors, man. Sure you can hear it. What's that noise that we hear? It's Furies! Surprise. It's a pretty similar build to what we had last game. There's a few key differences. We're not really going for, like, super early cap weight. Because we're not really going to be going for the number 2 right off the bat. We're just going to get our number 1. Furies are here to help screen so that we can actually cap it. We're going to use the Hellforged Bellowers again, because it's just amazing at anti-air duty. It's here so that Changebringers don't get to just absolutely raffle stomp me. Because it actually 100% does happen, and it really sucks for Khorne when it does happen. So he's got a Doom Knight. He's got the Exalted Lord of Change of Metal with Searing Doom and Final Transmutation. You guys need to be running. I don't know why you're walking. Stop walking, please.
Incidental. With haste.
The Doom Knights are going to be a little annoying, but I think we can actually kill them. He's got a bunch of Marauder Horsemen, which isn't too shocking. We are, I think we're pretty well situated for being able to take this Tzeentch army.
It is done.
My opponent's trying to break down my Furies, which is the smart thing to do. Let's get up in here. Let's actually post up, and we'll just kind of zone out here. So we're actually bringing these guys in. And they're going to be a nightmare for my opponent. Let's actually shoot the Doom Knights again. Because we just don't want them to replenish their shield. The more we hit these guys, and the harder we do it, the better it'll look for us by the end of the game. Just dodge a little bit. Let's actually fire in here. Yes. Okay, so we killed one Fury, which is awesome. We're going to pull away now. Doom Knights are on the way in.
Taking action.
Your blood calls us.
I'm going to land here, actually. See if we can pull our opponent to the ground. Alright, so it's gonna be a Final Transmutation. We're just gonna pop a bunch of stuff here. We're gonna keep shooting. And get our front line engagements going.
One of your units has been...
Actually did pretty good here.
Slaughter personified.
It's actually going really nicely for me. I'm not too worried about this stage. We just need to, you know, not get too cocky here. We got the Changebringers coming out now.
To the slaughter.
Let's go get those guys. Let's keep poking these guys dead with Valkia, and we'll pop the shields on those guys and then get them. And we got the Bloodwake Berserkers in melee combat here, so they're just going to grind through everything. We'll bring another Fury up, because we can't leave the Changebringers to hammer us down. We're going to try and finish this Forsaken unit off so we can get through. I'm going to, like, try and pressure down some of these guys.
Has been destroyed.
For the kill.
Valky's taking a lot of damage here, actually. There's the Changebringers firing away at us. Valky's going to keep fighting. Actually, like, got most of our units out of the radius of this. It's going to be a little painful. It's not going to be, like, devastating. We actually closed the gap on the Changebringers, and now we're going to kill them here. They just fold up like a piece of paper if you actually, like, get them in combat, and Tzeentch is going to really struggle without their big single entity, and I am just not gonna, because Khorne is good. Very good at lots of different things. Valky is just occupying attention over here. The Doom Knights are maybe even going to lose to these Furies. Nah, they are going to barely win. Whatever. We'll use this thing to fire. And we're going to countercharge here. Send these guys in here. Valky is just fighting and doing her thing. We're sending in our Forsaken. Make sure we get out of the radius of this army ability, which is actually going really well for me.
Hold on, then! Chaos Warriors of Khorne!
Greek skulls! No!
Just gotta love being able to punish your opponent
Valkyria
with tech units like this. I mean, the Hellforge Bellower doesn't really look like it's gotten a lot of value, but the most important part of the equation for what it's doing is just keeping my opponent from really being able to kill Valkia, for one.
glorious slaughter!
And it's just popping a lot of shields, because it's very devastating against shields, dude. Does so much damage.
War is all!
Gonna win here. We're gonna take that point, too.
Master, behold!
Valky's just gonna fly away now. And we'll send our hounds over here. Let's get up on the point. Just keep grinding through all of the Forsaken here.
Incidental! Witness
We're gonna
my
drop a
strength.
pretty filthy Sloupnir. It's gonna pop the shield, do a little damage, and actually gonna use this guy to open fire here. And let's get a Fury out. A little bit of pre-planning, for sure.
All is war!
Because we don't want the Changebringers coming back out and hammering me. Valkyria's out of the radius. She's chilling. We get a really good shot there into the rear of the Forsaken. My opponent's Lord is just not getting enough value. That's a pretty good use of the army ability. And he does engage the Hellforge Bellowers here. We've kind of got him by the throat here. It's looking real ugly. And the Hounds of the Bloodhunt are just chasing those dudes off into the distance.
Have the foe's victory point.
The Gore Queen!
Just not letting that character get away. Let's bring another Fury out. We're gonna keep fighting here.
I knew
Nice.
unending
That one was a lot
glory
easier
yours.
than our last game, honestly. Tzeentch is just really limited on numbers. And they struggle pretty badly at playing kite. If you've got a way to pop their shields and just like face check them, they are not good at melee combat in comparison to what I have. There were definitely some units of mine that didn't do great, but on the whole, like nothing in his army value traded well. He just never got a good engagement. And where's Tzeentch? There it is. Boop. Like, the whole idea that Tzeentch wants to, like, utilize in their theory crafting into Khorne is their overshield. Gives them the early advantage in decisive engagements, right? They're gonna, like, slam into you, get their charge bonus off, disengage, poke you with their horsemen, frustrate you immensely, and then bring the Changebringers in to, like, hammer your army down. But if you, if you're able to just keep Doom Knights from having their overshield at all, you can use your Furies and Valkia to really just bully them, because Doom Knights are actually pretty weak in prolonged engagements. They're a hit-and-run unit. They're there to charge in, use their 52 charge bonus to, like, just slam into a much squishier unit like the Furies, which is kind of what my opponent's idea was, right? if you deny them that, or if you level the playing field, which is what the Hellforged Bellowers is for, then the Doom Knights can't really do that effectively. Because they only have 5,800 HP, which is actually pretty low. It's really just this 600 barrier that kind of gives them the leg up in those fights in the air. And Valkia is just so freaking good at killing multi-model monstrous units, like the Doom Knights. She's got, you know, good armor, great melee defense, an excellent bonus versus large, and amazing AP values. I mean, 300 armor-piercing weapon damage is good enough to be taking down a Doom Knight model. Not quite with every swing, but every few swings she's going to be taking down one of those guys. And then when you add Fury into the equation, you're adding even more models into surrounding these guys. They can't focus their damage on Valkia, and it just becomes worse and worse for Tzeentch over time. You know what? We got time. Let's do one of our new player tournament replays while we wait. I don't think it'll be too tough. Should have plenty of time here. Where did we leave off? Talking noobs we saw... I think we're on... No, this was earlier. This is the replay from the other side. Dowie versus Chaos Dowie.
Steal my doom, or I'll come find you in the afterlife.
So we got a Hell Cannon, we got a Chaos Dwarf Warrior, Hobgoblin Archer, 2 Blunderbusses, one more, lots of Zaytan the Black from Tak. I don't hate Zaytan on foot. You could definitely bring him in the Dowie matchup for sure. Excuse me. But, again, just bring a mage, please. Very advisable. It helps you out tremendously. Hobgoblin Sneaky gets cap on the points. They do have full cap weight, which is really nice. And, of course, their leadership did get a small buff. This most recent patch... it hasn't really overtuned them at all. They also got an extra volley on their ammunition here, as you can see. I'm just taking my jacket off, so... wibble-wobbling a little bit with the camera here. Ekron's Miners, perfect target for the Hell Cannon. Really good target selection by Tak. The reason you want to shoot the Ekron's Miners... They've got Frenzy, so, you know, when it's actually available for them... they have 39 melee attack. You can see it proccing again now that their leadership goes back up. So they hit pretty hard in melee combat, and they have 3 blasting charge volleys. So they've got a lot of ammo, which can be really devastating. Hobgoblin Sneaky gets massacring these Slayers right now. Big, brutal shots coming in. Really chipping these poor guys down. You know, Slayers having no armor. They've got a little bit of a shield, you know. 30% block chance, which is okay, but Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets are an anti-infantry specialist unit. They've got pretty good weapon strength. for a 500 gold unit. They can really shred people. And they actually have backstabbers active now, since the Slayers are trying to push past them. They're really dragging them down now. Smoky Loco's already in a lot of trouble, man. These blunderbusses are also helping to clean up the Slayers. Some of the Slayers make contact with the blunderbusses, but these guys have good armor. Solid enough melee defense at 32 that they're probably not breaking anytime soon. The Hobgoblin Sneaky Git here does get broken, but it did get 700 plus value. And there are 2 cannons coming up. Cannons on this map get LOS'd pretty badly because of the hills. They're getting some good shots on the Infernal Guard here, but the Kadai are rotating all the way around. They should be able to close this gap before the cannons are able to, like, really kill these things. And if they're able to get into melee combat against the cannon crews, they're going to absolutely obliterate them, even with the Slayers there. The Slayers don't have amazing armor-piercing values. And the Kadai have pretty good mass. So they should be able to, like, push through and outmaneuver the Slayers, despite the positioning here. And the charge attacks actually just go right over the Slayers, do a little bit of damage, take about 1,000 HP off of them. One cannon crew very much going to be on the way out here for the Kadai Fireborn. Then they can maybe shut the other one down if you're paying attention back there and you get the micro going. Kadai Fireborn here in the middle doing some good work, but the Infernal Guard is getting absolutely rolled up right now. They're very close to breaking. They will break with the Ekron's Miners, getting a rear charge here potentially. It's going to be a big leadership debuff. Oh, it's actually attacked in the flank. I guess their back is not turned to them, I guess. I don't know what to say about that there, but Kadai Fireborn Dive is finishing up the cannon crews. They might actually crumble out before they kill the second crew. So one cannon could be saved. This other cannon is pretty much offline. They got a few crew scattering to the winds now. And the Demon Slayer is on death's bed here, man. Wow, oh, wow. The Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits have gotten amazing value already. 1,200 value on this Sneaky Git. This one got 800. The other is just kind of hanging out, looking for an opportunity to fight. The blunderbusses really shouldn't be running from just a couple of Slayers. That's a little bit of a... That's a pretty big blunder, honestly. There's just no threat there. The Slayers are just not going to be able to finish them. The Kadai go down. The Infernal Guard, they've gotten a little bit of value. The Chaos Dwarf Warriors also getting some. Wow, the Cannon Crew's rallying back here. Brave fellas, just 10 of them left. I don't think they can recruit all of these, though. I think they can crew 2 of these cannons, but that's it, because, you know, you've got 3 guys that technically need to crew each. So actually, I think get 3 of them, which is, you know, fair enough, I guess. It's going to help out a little bit. Beautiful shots from the blunderbuss unit here. Big damage going down on the Gyro Bomber. Smokey has been a little reckless with the Gyro Bombers, I've noticed. They've kind of been out of position in a couple of the games. It's a very expensive unit to be throwing around and not being careful with. And they are definitely dead. The blunderbuss is probably going to get one more volley off and just outright kill them completely, because they've only got 400 HP left. I actually get out of range, which is nice. Brimstone Gun's doing some damage. Hobgoblin Archers poking at the Brimstone Gun, getting a little bit of value. Nothing tremendous, and another blunderbuss kind of running from some miners here. The Infernal Guard got hammered on the middle, but they are rallying here a little bit. They got 400 value. They cost 1,000 though. Not great efficiency from them. But they are at least forcing some Dowie units to move up to the #1 objective there. And the Kadai Fireborn looking to close the gap against the Rangers and just hammer home a charge, which should be pretty devastating. Cannon is getting some good fire down on these big monstrous infantry, though. Oh, the blunderbuss is gonna be... Are they gonna be able to carry this game? Zaytian's got some pretty good value here. The Demon Slayer did die, by the way. I think it got taken down by the Hobgoblin Sneaky Git unit over there. Another blunderbuss looking to rock up to the front line. They really need to get some shooting done here against the brimstone guns, and then kill the great weapons. And the Chaos Dwarf should be in a pretty dominant position by then. And these blunderbusses not running, they're going to take some pretty serious damage from the Slayers, but at least they're going to keep them engaged and wear them out. Zaytan's contributing a little bit in this fight as well. And the Brimstone Gyrocopter looks to be on its way out. Oh, barely hanging on the leadership. Last few shots in here, not doing enough damage to break them. Pretty close, though. And the Kadai are just kind of trampling over whatever they can get their hands on. They added 2 Rangers, which is really awesome. They're actually causing some friendly fire problems here for the Dwarves, as the cannons are shooting in here. They're killing quite a few of their own units, which is a little sad. So even though the value is evened up quite a bit, I would say the Chaos Dwarves are going to be just fine here. They've got plenty of blunderbusses. These things have silver shields, so the Rangers won't be very effective against them. As long as they kill the Rangers before they get into combat, they'll just be able to anchor this number 2 objective, I think. Another Kadai comes up, runs over the miners. Dowie getting split apart a little bit. They are looking to take the number 3. Chaos Dwarf Warriors moving up. Sneaky gets... They just got rolled by the blasting charge volley. They're pretty expensive to be forgetting about. Definitely need to be making sure that you're not leaving them to get massacred like that. One blunderbuss is able to peel the miner here. Should be able to turn and help their compatriots here who are running for their lives currently. And what you want to do here, you don't want to leave the Kadai to cap the point. You actually want to use them to get across the field so the cannons don't get a ton of free value here. Because their cap weight is pretty bad at only 2.6 since they've lost a few models. If you get them up here, they can help in the middle, and then you can just trot forward a Hobgoblin Sneaky Get to take that side point. Zaytan occupying the attention of a Ranger right now, which is awesome. The Hobgoblin Archer's a little trapped up fighting the miners, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Their weapon strength is actually not bad for a melee unit. Wow, the Hell Cannon, massive damage coming down. Took some damage. I'm not sure from what. What's been going on with this thing? I just realized I haven't been shooting all game. Breaks the Rangers with the help of Zaytan. Hitting these miners who are blobbed up on the archers would be kind of nice. The Kadai look to be going for a risky back dive. I don't think they're going to make it. They're already pretty low. They got a long way to go. Though the cannons are on the reverse slope of this hill, so they're not going to be able to open up before the Kadai close the gap, I think. They're actually, like, trying to crest the hill here. Oh, man. This could be devastating for the Dowie. Okay, they do get a volley off. Huge damage on the Kadai. But they do get the charge off. They get the leadership boost. Close the gap. Should be able to kill one of the cannons. Maybe finish the other one up. And miners back here being rolled. The Hell Cannon is just... I don't know what it's doing. Talk has been a little slow on the micro with the Hell Cannon. And the Dowie actually have a triple cap now, which is rough for the... rough for a Chaos Dwarf player. You know? The cannon's got a lot of value. And while I like the Kadai Fireborn that moved up around the flank early in the game, doing that with the Sneaky Gets probably would have been a little bit better because they're invisible. They can get up in the back line and they can sneak up behind the cannons, throw their precursor missiles in, wail on the cannon crews with their low armor, and then finish them up in melee. That's what Sneaky Gets are really good at doing. They got good damage on the Slayers early, but haven't really been able to capitalize it on it right now. Which is a little sad, honestly. Kadai rolling around, looking for engagements, but the Hell Cannon gets jumped by Slayers, and that's probably game. Losing this Hell Cannon without getting a lot of value out of it is just way too much to come back from now. Especially considering you're also pretty slow getting up to the points for the most part. I feel like the blunderbusses were just not maximized in terms of value. They did okay, but they just didn't carry the game, and the Dowie just are such a good faction at pushing up cheap cap weight. And they kind of just outmuscled the Chaos Dwarves as a result. Zaytan's just chilling in the middle. He's not even on the objective. Definitely need to get your lords into position to get value at all times. Having to fight the Demon Slayer and these Slayers back here. The Kadai are going to get a little bit of value, but again, it's just giving the Dowie way too much presence on the caps when they've already got a triple here. And yeah, the Chaos Dwarves just don't have it, dude. Too many expensive units coming out. They don't have any points. And they're just playing... It's a little too lax for this kind of a scenario. You're probably cooked anyways, but you really should bring up something quick to try and get 1 or 2 objectives if you can. Where your opponent isn't really present, and try and force a reaction out before trying to get the triple cap back. It's not easy, but that's kind of what you need. That's kind of what is called for there. Good attempt, though. Magic would also help a lot for Talk. Literally anything would be nice. Flames of Asgore is big damage. You can use it on blobbed up stuff, or just to delete a missile unit or 2. Guarantee some value. Your sorcerer casters are actually fairly cheap. They can get some pretty good, like... They can get some pretty good, what's the word? Capital gains for the investment, I guess, for lack of a better word. Especially if they just do Flames of Asgore, because this really does just delete stuff, dude. You can just bring them on foot for 750. You get, like, 2 of these off with even decent, like, targeting. You'll get about 1,500 value. This guy can scrap in melee combat as well, because he's a half-decent fighter. We'll probably end up with close to 2,000, which is way more than you can say for Zaytan. Really, the most meta lord is Traz-Hoeth, because he has Flames of Asgore. And he's he's got massive melee defense. With a bonus versus infantry, which makes his melee attack pretty respectable as well. He can really bully Dowie characters, provided he doesn't get ganged up on. Demon Smite Crucible isn't all that good. You just bring him bare bones with Flames of Asgore. 1,100, which is cheaper than the Zaytan that we saw, who's 14. And then you can just bring, you know, more units. And you'll have a little more utility out of your Lord character. What maps do we have for round 3? We're playing Selenius, who I think is probably playing Wood Elves, would be my guess. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Wood Elves. Okay. Let's go join the lobby. Still don't know what map I'm banning. Probably Scalandir's Cave. Hell's the Womb of... What the hell is this map? Wow, that looks absolutely crazy. Oh, and it's made by the guy who we played in the first round. It's kind of cool. We're banning Scalandirs. The Wood Elves are just so much faster. They will just have an insane mobility advantage. Either of the other two maps are just going to be outright better. Okay, we're gonna play Oakenshield. Okay, this looks like a pretty open map. I think we'll be okay. Khorne's generally pretty good against the Wood Elves. You don't have too many, like, big problems. Got some very powerful characters and units that you can throw out that can really hammer the Wood Elves. So we're going to try and do some of that. Yeah, Khorne losing to Wood Elves right now, not great. Flip you over and you can see it's down there, in the 40s, which is, you know, a little sketchy. I think we'll be okay though. I have a pretty good idea of what I'm going to be bringing, and it should be kind of hard for my opponent to shut down. How hard do we go on this is my question. I think I'd definitely bring some more of these guys. Heavy hitters, for sure. For sure. Do I need two, though? Honestly, probably. More of them. Pretty much maxed out on these guys. We got 1650 in the bank. Covered our bases on that front. So what's the final piece of this puzzle? What am I not prepared for? I just feel like I'm prepared for just about anything that they can do. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. It's a dinky little unit to be bringing in, but we'll do it anyways. What else can be tricky? They'll either just outright annihilate you, or you have brought the answers and you'll be fine. So, we're just gonna have to find out. There's never a guarantee. Sometimes they just are able to, like, character snipe you, or just go stupidly wide and counter all your stuff. And it really hurts. But boy, oh boy, is it satisfying when you're able to beat up on the Wood Elves. Oh god, I haven't played on this map in ages. I love this map. It's a pretty good corn map. It's not like, it's not perfect, but it's gonna be like reasonably good for us. We got a lot of just quick, aggressive units. We're doing early aggression again. But this time, instead of having any skull cannons, it's just absolute mega unga bunga from wire to wire. There will be literally no mercy. We're gonna actually put the Furies in a control group. The reason you do this is so that you don't bunch up too much. You can actually keep them a little bit better spaced for dives and charges. I'll get the fleshies a little closer in so they can get the number 1 early. We're saving up for a Chaos Knight. First thing, they're very good in this matchup. It's probably the matchup where they're best because they just obliterate Dryads. They flatten Wildwood Rangers on the charge. They trade really well into Wild Hunters of Kurnus even. And just regular Wild Riders. Regular Wild Riders also get hammered pretty badly by them. I just swap over, right? Yeah, it did. Okay. Oh, Lamau. Said GG, well played, not good luck, have fun. It's a little goofy. I'm ready. Yeah, so our opponent's going for a Lord Snipe. They got Prey of Anathema. I got a bunch of Eternal Guard here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units. They've got 4 that are invisible, which would probably be Way Watchers. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. So let's cap this point quickly, and we're going to scoot over now. Saving up, we're gonna get our
We have a victory
Chaos
point.
Knight.
Keep it from the foe.
No fear, no regret.
Just need to keep our expensive stuff from getting sniped. If he wants to like Prey of Anathema, a Fleshhound, or a Fury, that really wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It would be a little sad, but I think we'd be able to withstand it. Do want Skulltaker to get forward. We will need him positioned up and ready for the aggression. Yeah, let's get back. There's the Swift Shiver Shards. My opponent's, yeah, I mean, let's just go for it, dude. Let's just fucking go for it. Just bob and weave a little bit. His Eternal Guard are actually pretty out of position right now. Let's get around the back. A lot of damage going down already. Chaos Knight's coming in. Let's get in there. Let's get the Hounds of the Blood Hunt coming in. We want to push through with our infantry because they're actually going to be very devastating for our opponent. We are going to bypass his Eternal Guard as much as possible so we can kill all of the mobility, basically.
One of your units has been destroyed.
We just go full bore for his back line. Like, what? He can't stop at all. This is like actually just straight up a dub for us, basically. Because we're going to kill all of the missile units. Let's peel out here. Because he brought in a Glade Rider and get around. And get the Way Watchers now. We got our new Fleshy. We're going to lock these guys down. Make sure this Swift Shiver Shard dies. We got the fight we want. Chaos Knights are still coming in. And we save up for a Chaos Knight here. Our Marauders are going to do plenty of damage here. We just want another bit of mobility to, like, really close the game out, basically. We can just pop Horn of Corn here, and we're going to kill this War Dancer immediately. Bet you never thought you'd see the day where the Wood Elves get spawn camped. But here you are. We're doing it to them right now. Trying to avoid the breath attack. It does hit one of our Forsaken, but they still got the kill. Skull Taker's just gonna leave now. We've basically done our job here. We just want to preserve as many of our forces as we can. And we want to just break down the infantry here. Got some Eternal Guard who are going to be a little bit of a pain, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Skull Taker's going to be perfectly fine at finishing them all off. Actually, just use the Forsaken to attack the Lord here. Forsaken have good enough weapon strength, they should actually be able to do some good damage. Breaking these guys down, and a Forsaken. Alright, he braced, so we're just gonna ignore them. I'm gonna collapse here. Let's get in here. Knights rallied. The Knights didn't get great value, but that's not ever really what they're designed to do. They're to facilitate aggression more than anything. And it's in the late game that they can potentially carry. Actually gonna charge here, get on the rear of this fight. We're gonna send Skull Taker over, and we'll mop up our opponent. We bring another Forsaken in just a second. Alright, the Knights go down, but we do get the decisive engagement over here. Let's actually get our Knights off the War Dancers for a minute. And we're just gonna have a Skull Taker rally back and attack these guys. Skull Taker is another big issue because if you kill all of your opponent's missiles, they literally cannot kill Skull Taker. He is an unstoppable monstrosity in combat. I actually killed the Branch Wraith with the Forsaken, which is pretty hilarious. He's either going to have to disengage or he's going to lose that entire unit. And he lost the entire Wildwood Ranger unit. And we got these guys who can rally. Yeah, Fleshhounds, for sure. Now we turn around and we get the charge. We're gonna just finish this Wildwood Ranger unit off here. Yeah, they just got absolutely rolled. Smoked and rolled, my doggy. Marauders are gonna spawn camp now, just so no more sneaky units can come out of this Vanguard. We shattered that character. Forsaken can go back over here now. Let's go attack the dragon. Hounds of the Blood Hunt are finishing up the last Eternal Guard, and we still capped that point away anyways, so... Alright, there's Wildwood Rangers coming out. Get him, Skull Taker, go! Kill them! Give them no mercy, bud. We'll just send the Forsaken in anyways. There's no point in trying to play too goofy here. I mean, the missiles could come out at any moment. Might as well just, like, maximize the last little bit of value we can get from this for Forsaken unit. We're gonna literally press them all the way back into their spawn zone. And this is a Fleshhound scenario. Just gonna chase those guys off. Get them. Alright, he got a net off. He doesn't have any way to punish with nets anymore, though. He could use breath... Oh, he used all his breath attacks, actually. Oof. Painful. Here come the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, who are going to get in there, and the Knights are going to disengage off the Lord. Because they are susceptible to terror routes. Fleshhounds aren't. We're going to try and surround the Lord now. It's a Wildwood Ranger? Oh, Eternal Guard. Okay. Oh my god, dude.
Unending glory is
That was
yours.
fucking mean. Wow. I don't feel bad in the least, though. Wood Elves get what they deserve. Sorry, not sorry. There will come a time that we're going to run into somebody who's going to be able to beat us. Space Pope got the closest. But the last couple of games, we've just been really going ham. Just flattening people, dude. Oh, that's from another Discord. Oh, they're trying to find me. Cool. We never got to bring the Blood Reaper in, which is a little sad, but it didn't really need to. You bring the Blood Reaper in if your opponent brings a Way Watcher. Or, not the Way Watcher, the Way Stalker. Because the Way Stalkers can't do enough damage to kill the Blood Reapers, and the Blood Reapers absolutely massacre the poor little Way Stalkers, dude. It's not even close. It's such a brutal death for the Wood Elf unit. Because you got Bloody Shackle, so any damage you take on the way in, you just heal up. Unless you get, like, hard sniped by your opponent, which can happen. Do need to be careful of it. Blood Reaper chillin'. And let me show you the comparison here. Because Way Stalkers aren't even like bad melee combatants. They've got the Arrow of Kurnus, which can also do some good damage to you. But, you know, their leadership is mediocre. Their foot speed is 42, which is actually slower than the Blood Reaper. You can just see it there, man. Like, they got a little more melee defense, but the problem is that not only do these guys have way more melee attack than the Way Stalkers have melee defense, they got a bonus versus infantry of 20. So they just make a really light snack out of the Way Stalker when they close into melee distance. And these guys can get some good damage off on the way in, though. But Bloody Shackle literally heals all of it back, pretty much back up to full. What am I going to be up to later? I don't want to lose too much focus on the tournament. Depending on how much longer this goes, I hope I can make it. I hope I can stick around for the top 4. I do really want to watch Andor, though. I'm watching it with someone. It's been really good so far. It's just a breath of fresh air to actually see Star Wars media that has some freaking heart. Okay, we're playing Scrambled Egg for round 4. See if we can beat the big bad. Scrambled's really tough, so this is gonna be our hardest battle yet. Oh, we need to multiplayer lobby. Duh. Who do we want to bring against the Vampire Coast, though? Wondering what Lord we're going to be trying to play for here. And maps. Imperial Ambush, Bloodgrove, and Dust Bowl. Is Dust Bowl a big map, though? I think it's fairly decently sized. Is Imperial Ambush a good idea to play against the Vampire Coast? They can actually really swarm you. I just bring so much cap weight to the table, man. It's so hard to... It's so hard to deal with them. I don't think any of these maps are, like, really good for, Khorne into Vampire Coast. To be quite honest. I don't really like any of them. Bloodgrove and, Dust Bowl probably worse than Imperial Road, so... We'll see about it. I'm a little worried for my fate here. And I am banning the map. The thing I'm worried about on Imperial Ambush is that the two of the points, the two home objectives, are super close together. And Khorne's early aggression against Vampire Coast can just run out of steam immediately because damn, can they throw guns out. Oh my god, can they just throw out waves and waves of shooters. And that is just not fun. It gets really exhausting. Run out of steam pretty fast trying to kill them all. Alright, well, let's just ban Dust Bowl and we'll see which map Scrambled takes. I think that'd probably be the worst map for me. It's so open. There's literally nothing you can do about cannon pressure. Still don't really like my odds. I'm also gonna be worried about, gotta be worried about Mournguls, because they sure do love terror routing corn units. Just gonna be really obnoxious. Super wanna have to contend with that. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, well, we're gonna play Imperial Ambush, apparently. 6, 7, 8. So these guys, we don't need y'all. Let's get rid of one of these guys, and we'll throw a couple of these into the mix. One of them. Alright, I'm pretty stressed about this one, but I think I'm about as ready as it gets. So we might as well run it and see how badly it does, because I cannot beat Scrambled. It has been something that has eluded me for a long time now. At least on this map we have a little bit of like forest cover that we can play in and behind, so we don't have to like really go too ham on objectives early. It can be a little bit more self-preserving. Oh wow, it's a very silly build actually. It's a little scary. That's a little scary. I'm a little worried. Because, I don't really know what it is. It could just bully me around, honestly. So he's gonna be going for... He's going for, like, big monster mash, is what it looks like. That's then going to, just bring swarms and swarms of infantry out. We'll just have to see what it looks like, and we're probably going to be playing objectives really aggressively. So these flesh hounds are actually going to be really useful for me. And this isn't really too uncommon for Scrambled. Scrambled likes going with these really wacky, off-meta, single-entity builds. It's actually pretty good with them. Make sure we're swapped over. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Yeah? No? Oh, my bad. I really thought Scrambled was going to be ready. 7 units? How is he putting them? Look at the vanguards in this map. Like, put stuff behind your opponent? What? Wait, can you really? No, that's like, that's my own deployment zone. Alright. Yeah, double Leviathan, Gallows Giant. Let's get our points. Start getting double caps rolling. I actually think the Hellforge Bellower is going to be a massive issue for Scrambled here. A, like, frickin' gigantic problem, in fact. Yeah, those are just deckhand mobs. We're just going to hold back here. We don't need to go for that point. Scrambled's going to try and, like, bulldoze us off of this objective. So we should, like, spread out a little bit. Have our infantry positioned pretty selectively. We want to basically gear up for the inevitable, like, swarms of deckhand mobs that he's slowly going to be building up here. He's just going to be keeping them all back.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
We're going to actually press him a little bit here. Let's pull back. Alright, cheeky little bit of damage. It's just a deckhand mob, though. It's, like, not really that big of a deal. He's got Invo. He's got Wind of Death, actually, which I would never have expected. No, keep running. Just keep going. We want to try and circumvent these single entities as much as possible. We don't want to fight the crabs. The absolute last thing I want to do is mess with the Stabo. Ouch. Alright, we did get a really good volley off on the crab, though. I don't know where we're going. There's nothing up there. I'm just kind of scouting a little bit. I really would like to find something important, but I don't think I'm gonna. Let's get another Forsaken out. They're really good. We're gonna attack the Gallows Giant. We're gonna shoot this bomber mob now. Skulltaker's a pretty good combatant. He's just gonna get out of here now before he takes like way too much freaking damage. Slowly killing. What the hell's going on with these freaking horsemen? Get the hell out of there, guys. I don't want y'all fighting that thing. Very silly. Very silly behavior. He's pulling back. He's got zombie pirates up to the high ground. Let's see if we can go snipe those, actually. Because that would be pretty awesome. Because I can see him up there. Just kind of creeping around in the middle distance. See what he's got going on. Black Spot will be a really good unit to shoot at. Skulltaker is going to be very careful. Let's go stuff before they get up on the point. And we'll counter shoot the crabs a little bit. Yeah, there's some depth guard coming out. We're not going to let that get spotted. Do some sick dodges. Try and avoid as much damage as possible. And the Hellforge Bellers has actually basically already killed the Black Spot, which is sick. I'm gonna Blood Beast out here too. Let's actually charge in. You can actually maybe even split the difference back here and get up into the secondary line. Yeah, the bomb's nailing me a little bit. I'm gonna get up in the back there. Shoot this gun mob. Let's collapse onto the rear. We got depth guard coming out. Let's go stuff those guys a little bit. Skulltaker's doing some really good damage. Just need to keep our horsemen in position to pummel the crabs. And those bombs are really hurting. They hitting, man. Chewing through a lot of his stuff, though, which is awesome. So, very much enjoying that. Send the Forsaken in. Let's get away from the depth guard.
Marauders! Black to the Black Guard! Marauders have called! Marauders attack!
Let's get up in here. We'll get a Bloodletter. Bloodletter against a depth guard ain't bad. Let's go get this thing. Let's get our Hellforged Bellowers to go run over the Depth Guard. So let's just keep fighting here. Keep pressing. Let's go kill the Lord, actually. Press over the top. Go kill this stuff. Just keep throwing here. Kromagor needs to get off. We need to keep killing these. Our opponent could blob up, and then we can just, like, massacre them with a really well-timed Sword of Khorne. It's very possible. Come on, Skull Taker. Can you actually kill that fucking Lord, please? Those are Depth Guard pole arms. What are these guys doing? We're actually gonna pop our Relentless Rage here. Bring up some fleshies. We are still killing the crabs. We're killing the caster, which is so sick, dude. Super mega sick, in fact. Pummeling these Depth Guard. We forgot our stuff. All going? Hell yeah, dude. Oh my god. Holy shit. That's like the... I think I've played like 15 games against Scrambled, and I think that's my 5th win. Maybe not that many. It's probably closer to like 10. It's probably my 4th win. 3rd or 4th. That was sick. Marauder Horseman went crazy, dude. Those throwing axes are nasty. This is a really interesting army. I really don't know if it's meta against Khorne or not. I don't know what you do. The Hellforged Bellers was so sick. It got 1800 value. It's everything you could possibly want in a Skull Cannon nowadays. It is pretty balanced since it's so short range now, though. If Scrambled had a Carronade, it would have been a lot tougher for me. And he's also probably just trying not to tip his hand for top 4. He's pretty much guaranteed to make it in. Right? Yeah, I mean, it's his first loss, so... Hell is it? There it is. Coast. We're chilling. We just need to see what the bracket shapes out to be. Who is Tubby Punk playing? We can do some scouting real quick. I don't see him. Grand Cathay, really? Wow. Okay. We got a Grand Cathay player who's 2-1 right now in a scrap for their life against the Empire, I'm sure, of Hitman Hippo. Whoever wins that's probably in the top 4. We'll see if we can close it out. I've done really well. Bring Scarbrand and Bloodthirster next time? No. No. The Scarbrand is going to lose to a big gun line. I'll bring Scarbrand for vampire counts or the Khorne Mirror. I'm not bringing him for Coast, unfortunately. The goal, I stated it a little bit earlier, was we are playing anti-kite. We're playing kite today. Tired of playing Khorne and having my opponent never engage with me. It's not happening. Not happening today. We're gonna go full aggression. We're gonna make them come to us, and we're gonna bully them. We're not gonna do any of these sit back and wait shenanigans anymore. Like, we really just rolled over the Wood Elf player. Just absolutely, unequivocally flattened their entire army. And I'm going to be going for more of that. If my opponent wants to play a ranged game, I think I've found a couple of builds that are pretty applicable across most of the matchups that I think will keep me in games. And not just leave me, like, totally exposed to the whims of my opponent. Dark Elf's doing pretty good into Khorne right now. That's a matchup that I'm still trying to figure out. I still think it's fairly even for Khorne, all things considered. Lizardman looks real rough. I think that's probably because of the Shredder of Lestria. I don't know what you do against that thing. It's so insane. Beastmen being a really bad matchup doesn't surprise me either. Demons and Chaos Dwarves, man. Chaos Demons, sure. Chaos Dwarves, probably not as bad as it looks right now. I think it's a little less terrible than 4 and 18 or whatever it is. What is the win rate? 7 and 18. 28% seems horrendous. There's no way it's that bad, though. Surely. I say that, and then I end up matching against somebody who will then, like, clown on me. Any tips for a dwarf player? Give me a minute. I don't play a ton of Dowie. Dowie are really tough in domination mode. To, like, win with, honestly. They're just really slow. The best advice is you pick your 2 objectives early. Pick your side of the field and you stick to it as the dwarves. You do not try and contest all 3 points. It is exceptionally rare that it's going to work out for you. Just get a really good handling on your positioning as a Dowie player until you feel more comfortable maneuvering around the field, and then you can be a little bit more experimental. The Dwarves have a lot of really good matchups, and then they have a bunch of really awful matchups. So you're just going to have wild variations if you main them. You know? Like, here, let me show you what the Dowie win rates look like. You got, like, Empire, Nurgle, Warriors of Chaos, Vampire Coast, Bretonnia, Kislev, Dark Elves, Chaos Dwarves, Greenskins, Tzeentch, Grand Cathay, all with, you know, an above 50% win rate right now. And I think that would hold true if you played it out even more. Especially, like, Empire, Nurgle, and the Chaos Dowie. Those are all really good matchups. Anything above 60% is like just a really good matchup for the dwarves. Then you get down to like the 50%, right? Beastmen, I don't think that Dowie can beat if the Beastman player knows what they're really doing. Norska is kind of rough. Wood Elves, really? The Dowie are losing to the Wood Elves right now? There's no way. That seems a little bit impossible. Lizards make sense. Lizards are so swarmy. They've got so many good AP units. Very tough to contend with. From, like, Lizardmen down, these matchups are just going to be really rough, man. These factions just have, like, really good answers to all your stuff. They're either way faster than you, like the High Elves, with some really good mix-up units and a lot of healing. Or they're like Khorne, and they just have can opener AP greatswords, and they shred you. Skaven beat you at range. Vampire Counts just absolutely smother the life out of the Dowie. And Chaos Demons are just replete with AP units, just like Khorne is. And Ogre Kingdoms outshoot you as well, too. Plus, they've got dual weapon bulls, which are really effective against you. Making sure that you go nice and wide with a really good gun line and some cannons for backup. And you micro the few gyrocopters you have is really awesome. That's the Dowie winning way. There's one Longbeard unit that's worth it. There is actually one Longbeard that I've been seeing people use and has actually been doing really well. That's the Grumbling Guard. These things actually very consistently pay for themselves, in my personal experience. I don't know what it is about them. I think it's just the vigor per second reduction, but they're actually pretty good at anchoring a point. They're crazy high leadership as well, so they just don't break. They can eat charges with their charge defense, and they actually punch pretty well. Because they've got pretty good melee attack compared to most Dowie units. It's like the one Longbeard that's worth it. Generally speaking, the dwarves just want lots of warriors. They want some miners and some rangers to vanguard forward and cap points quickly, and then you push up behind all that. Lords, you just really want to go super cheap. Bring like the star metal plate on a Lord, or if you want a Lord that you can just throw out there, who's got a lot of HP and is actually kind of hard to snipe, you use Belegar. You don't really need any of his abilities. Doesn't really do a whole lot for him. These all need buffs, honestly. What else do you want? Thunders are pretty good. Trollhammer Torpedoes are probably your best missile unit. And for artillery, just do like one cannon and just have a good time, dude. Something like this. This is honestly not a pretty... This is not a bad Dowie opening. You got lots of shooting. You got a decent front line here. One that's going to hold for a relatively long amount of time. You've got Chaff Punish with the blasting charges. Miners can also kill Chaff. And the Thunderers, the Trollhammer Torpedoes, and the Grimdelvers kill any big stuff that tries to close the gap. And the Cannon can just kind of multi-purpose. It's best against big targets, but it can shoot infantry and be pretty accurate and kill them too. Ekrons are a pretty good Vanguard unit because they can come up. They actually do pretty good damage as a miner because they have Frenzy and they've got the leadership to like actually utilize it. And their AP, they're deceptively good at value trading, and they get extra blasting charges, which is awesome. Super fun. Your flavor of gyros, depending on what faction you're going into. Factions with expensive stuff, where you need AP, regular gyros. Factions that bring tons of chaff, gyro brimstone guns. And I've also seen people bring just the Skyhammer Squadron a lot lately, because the bombs are just devastating. And the shooting is actually pretty impactful, and it does imbue suppressed. which slows units down, which is pretty cool. A couple of Slayers is nice. And then you can just kind of go for flavor. You know, like a Doomseeker could be pretty useful. A couple of Great Weapon Warriors can work. I would discourage you from bringing too many miners who don't have blasting charges, because they are literally just cap weight. You can bring them, but they will not do any damage, basically. Pretty much any unit in the game that isn't cheaper than these guys, or just like an actual expendable chaff unit, can beat them in melee combat. Just like, that's like a pretty decent starting... Oh, I didn't flip back. Lamau. Yeah, there you go. Alright, buddy. My bad. I just completely blanked on flipping back to it. Here you go. This is what it's looking like. I wouldn't go too heavy on Slayers and Doomseekers, personally. I find them to be way too squishy. And they usually end up dying. I actually think the Dowie should just always bring more guns, personally. If Dowie just go really deep into their gun line, they can just shoot people to pieces before they even touch the Dowie's main formation. And it can get really brutal, man. I mean, the Dwarves can absolutely DACA you to death. Warriors. I know you said no Longbeards, but I'm throwing the Grumbling Garden Reserve as a centerpiece for one of the objectives. Because, like I said, I actually think they're pretty good. At 2,100 gold. You could do the Doomseeker. They have pretty good damage output, and they can reliably pay for themselves. They can fall off pretty badly, though, and then you can bring, like, one Bugman's Ranger or something. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11 units, and you got a pretty thick line for the opener. It's not bad. Something like this is a pretty good starting point for a beginner. And like I said, I'm a big proponent of more AP shooting for the Dowie. So the Thunderers actually can fire their volleys off pretty easily nowadays, because they don't get LOS'd immediately in combat like they used to. It was always kind of sad prior to the most recent patch that like fixed all of the shooting issues for units, because Thunderers, they just kind of sit back there and never actually open up on anything. But nowadays, they're a terror for anything that's flying. You give them a decent line of sight onto anything in front of them, and they will just hammer away at them. Oh, the shielded Longbeards are pretty mediocre. Yeah, Doomseekers into vampire counts can be good. Trying to think if there's like anything else that Dowie should keep in mind. The heroes can be really good. You can go for hero squads as the dwarves, but really high level players are probably just gonna avoid them and kite around them. And they'll never get to do anything, which can be really sad, and you just don't want to see it, you know? You want to have a build that's going to have units that can actually interact with the with your opponent. And Dowie interact with their opponent more often than not by shooting things. Not necessarily by trying to, like, chase them down and engage in melee combat. What am I doing here? Is this where we fall off? We fall apart? Yeah, for sure, dude. Like I said, I don't play a tremendous amount of Dowie, but that's like a Dowie build that I would actually be scared of playing, and I'm a Khorne main, so my faction has an amazing matchup against the dwarves. What are we doing against Hippo, man? He's playing Empire, right? Empire does have a pretty good win rate against Khorne. Actually, no. It's very Khorne favored right now. Skeptical. Very skeptical of that claim. We'll see about it. I'll leave y'all there, and you can, like, check it out. It's 12-7. It's, like, one of the better win rates that Khorne's got right now. Is it truly as reliable of a matchup as it's claiming, though, is my big question. You do have a lot of really good infantry. I mean, Empire is just not going to be able to equal you on that plane of existence. Oh, and, hold on, guys. Let me check what the maps are real quick. So, banned Bleakspire. Rifted World's Edge. We'll play Rifted World's Edge. Rift is just a really fun map. We're playing from here on out until we lose, basically. If I lose, then I'm done for the night. If I win, then great. On to the next round, I guess. Actually don't think I want this guy. Nor them. Probably just one of these dudes, truth be told. It's a pretty good unit. And... sure. Maybe an overinvestment. Alright, this is what we're doing. Got the build, we're set. The rest of the army, though, still figuring out. Sure. Yes, and... a little bit more money. Anything I desperately need. Just another one of these guys, I think. Alright, let's see if we can beat Hippo. It's gonna be a little tricky. As it always is with just about anybody. We've been playing really well tonight. That's what I'm holding on to as my hope. No, hold on. Now we're ready. You got a little sneak preview. Alt-tab. Gotta bring Wrathmongers? No, I want to bring Skarbrand. I wish Skarbrand were better. It's kind of sad. Just ran over Cathay with Ultra Mantide. Sounds about right. Mantide's pretty tough, dude. I mean, the bodies that Empire can throw out is pretty ridiculous. Know of any dwarf mains to talk to get even more advice? Alexander Nuts. And there's some other, like, fairly experienced but relatively newer players who could give you some ideas. If you go... Here we go. Let me copy this. I'll paste it for all of y'all. If you come to this Discord, this is the RTK Discord, and get to know people here. They'll help you out with a lot of beginner stuff. And you can ask around here for some Dowie mains, because we actually do have quite a few people who play them. And we're pretty good at them, so check it out. And see what you come up with. I'm trying to think of who the other, who are the other Dowie players right now? There's just not a lot of people playing Dowie regularly anymore. They're a really popular beginner faction, but a lot of the Dowie mains who used to play them religiously have kind of moved on. Some of them are just like doing other stuff. So you can get in here and you can kind of like figure out how to do it yourself with some of the other like newer Dowie mains. Aren't Wrathmongers actually good into Empire? Theoretically. But all of the games I've played today, Wrathmongers theoretically really good. I've only brought them one time. We're trying to do no Wrathmongers. Or are we? You never know. The issue with the Wrathmongers and the Empire, in my experience, is that they're kind of slow. Empire's got so much shooting, they can kill Wrathmongers before they really get engaged in combat. I think Wrathmongers can be a little bit of a trap. As good as they are, if you try to over-rely on them and you bring them in every matchup, people are just going to be super sauced to the gills to take them down. And if you mix in some other options, you can catch people off guard. Oh, please don't crash. I don't know why my game loves doing that. Whenever I, like, Alt-Tab back to Warhammer, immediately starts freaking out. Thank you. I will very much need it. Because we're going with a build that's, you know, definitely a little micro-intensive to execute. Just something I'm a little worried about. We should be able to just, like, nibble and poke the Empire horrifically with this build. And this map is actually pretty good for Khorne, because there's some cool little forests that you can hide units in, and you can also use them as shot blockers. Yeah, Hitman went pretty narrow, actually.
Shield Maiden!
Double Skull Cannon. Marauders with the dual weapons are going to go to the trees, of course. And like get up in here and they're going to just saturate through. We didn't bring any early cap weight per se. It's kind of what the Skull Cannons could do in a pinch. Blood Beasts are also going to hide in the forest. The Furies are going to be... They're going to scout the woods early. Empire can vanguard a lot of stuff, so checking out the sitch in there will be pretty nice for me. And we've got another Blood Beast in reserve, one Minotaur, we've got some throwing axes, couple of Corngors, Forsaken, Furies, Fleshhounds, a little bit of everything. Hitman is going for a kite build, though.
Incidental.
You can tell by the number of units. He's basically bringing, like, all mobility.
Taking action.
So it will be a little tricky for me. But theoretically, the Corngors can be a good centerpiece. They can get up on the number 2 objective if they need, and the Marauders can cap it early, and then I just need to scrap over that. If I try to overextend and play all 3 points, I could run into some serious trouble.
Valkia the Bloody.
Alright, he's ready. I'm as ready as I'm ever gonna be, I guess.
It is done.
Oh my god, brought Elspeth. Oh god.
I do not ask you to fight. I am
War wagons, great swords. We're gonna need throwing axes, so I'm actually gonna bring one in immediately. Throwing axes are gonna have to do something about Elspeth. Gonna hit a shot? Oh, we actually hit one. Hell yeah. Let's get these guys out of here. Just gonna come over
seeking the fight.
and use Spirit Leech on me. Just trying to use the Coruscating Blast on me.
Give me glory.
Marauders have called!
Valkia the Bloody.
Valky's gonna pop this and try to not get absolutely shit canned by Elspeth.
Valkia the Bloody.
Let's run away now.
Yeah.
Oh, please, get out of here. Elspeth is super freaking scary, by the way. I mean, she's absolutely terrifying. She's a nightmare character.
Marauders on the move!
See if we can pull her to the ground and maybe use the Blood Beast to nail her.
Sloughnir thirsts.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the
Just keep
foe.
hammering these things.
Marauders! Marauders!
Got Pistoliers on our back here. Let's get a Fleshhound out. Try and attack them.
Die for Ghana!
For the kill. To the slaughter.
Now, the Horsemen need to be in Group 3. We can actually use the Furies a little aggressively here. Skull Cannons are kind of annoying. They're deceptively hard to hit, actually.
For Valkia!
Let's pull back a little.
Marauders! Blood and death!
Let's run away.
Incidental.
Merchants good! Marauders have called!
Let's get away from here.
Blood for the Blood God!
Let's actually charge in and get a rear attack. Shoot these guys some more. Send our Furies to go harry the scary old dragon character, you know? It's actually getting in melee combat here.
A brutal
Pull back, get the charge off.
Valkia! Blood for the Blood God!
Maybe we just kill Elspeth here. That'd be pretty hilarious, honestly.
Corn soul to
Dude,
the
are we actually gonna kill her? Holy crap. That'd be freaking amazing.
Marauders have called!
Honestly. Well and truly, it would be freaking awesome if we did. Let's get our Minos out. Let's get out of here. Send these guys in.
For Valkia!
The Skull Cannons are going down, but I think we've actually got Elspeth here.
slaughter. Slaughter personified.
She's really low.
Execute.
Oh, and one skull cannon's alive here. Oh yeah. Okay.
At once,
Oh, we broke Elspeth, dude. Oh my god, that's so fat.
fresh meat.
That's Dollar City, fellas.
Axfather's Marauders.
It's basically a win. We can't get cocky or anything, but we should definitely be chasing her off here. Valky's just gonna keep hammering these things. We're gonna drop a Sleipnir here, because there's just a bunch of infantry, like, stuck up in the middle of this nonsense. Empire Knights, we can fight. We'll just throw in here. We'll save up for another Blood Beast, because we do need a little bit of anti-large.
Bloody.
Just fly over her head. Okay, she got up in the air, so we can just make sure she goes off the field now. Valky is gonna get out of here. We got the Lord. That is gigantic, dude.
Axfather's Marauders.
Monumentally ginormous win.
Follow the blood.
Sate my bloodlust.
She need her off the field permanently is the big thing.
Valkia. Axfather's Marauders. Brothers in bloodletting.
We're gonna pop this. Just keep fighting these spears.
Valkia.
Got our throwing axes. The great swords here are gonna die, and we can disengage these flesh hounds now.
The kill.
And we did get her off the field, so we're just gonna charge down and just force our opponent to kind of fight us. Let's get after these demigryphs, and we get some Forsaken out now. Alright, where are the puppies going? I don't actually know. We've, like, kind of got the Empire really scrambling right now. Let's get out of here. We don't want to overextend too deep. We did get a catch here with those remaining Furies. We got our Blood Beasts doing things. A rally back here. We got one Skull Cannon left. So, guess what it's going back to doing? War Wagons, be gone. Hate you guys. War Wagons are probably the most annoying unit in the entire game. Like, unironically for Khorne. One of the single most frustrating pieces that your opponent can be throwing at you. We need to unsummon things. Let's get our Minotaurs in the trees for now. Let's get our horsemen over here. Let's actually press the Empire on the high ground here. Okay. He's probably going to kill these Flesh Hounds. I'm actually going to use Relentless Rage and just continue fighting here for the moment. I'm going to see if I can get a shot in on these guys. Because the Flesh Hounds are caught. They're not getting away. I might as well see if I can just grind out some value. And let's get Khorngors in. Let's go to the high ground. Send the Blood Beasts. And the Horsemen. Come on, shoot. Yes. Actually got a hit there.
One of your units has been destroyed.
We'll reinforce back here as we need.
Gore Queen. Give me blood.
Bye-bye, swordsman.
For Valkia.
Sleipnir is such a mean ability, dude.
March and scourge.
It's actually bully behavior. It's just not fair. It does so much damage to infantry. Yeah, that's right. Get out of here, War Wagon. He's got one War Wagon in this unit left. And these are pretty beat up, too. And our horsemen are just, like, charging up our army abilities at this point, basically. Elspeth is back out, but whatever.
Incidental.
Just gonna run away with Valkia for a minute. Like, cleaned up literally all of his infantry, basically. He's gonna try to come for the #1 objective over here. It's called a sick Tokyo Drift, bro. Send our Marauders over. The Skull Cannon, honestly, it doesn't even matter if it dies at this point, because it's basically done its job. If Elspeth wants to waste your time attacking it, fine. Oh, she's actually gonna land here? Wow, okay. He's going for a risky dive. Okay. That's fine. Just keep killing these guys. Throwing axes, dude.
Valkia the Bloody!
Mean old machine. Just do a lot of damage. I'm just gonna keep hounding here. Opponent has the great swords. The Skull Cannon gets hit again. Valkia is just gonna continue to be cheeky. Alright, and we did force the engagement there, finally. The Skull Cannon's gonna die, but I don't care at this point. So the nice thing about Forsaken is that they don't break, because scary stuff is next to them. They're ITP, which is huge. It's really nice. We're gonna pull back now. Except for the dual weapons, they're gonna stick around. Just go kill this one, war wagon, maybe. Forsaken can do good damage to single entities, actually. And we're gonna use the Flesh Hounds to get in there and maybe intercept some. Got this going, we're just gonna run in there. We'll get more Flesh Hounds, they're just really good. Charge in. Let's pull out a little bit.
We bring ruin!
Valkia the Bloody!
Okay. Doesn't matter. Literally don't care.
Shield Maiden!
We got a chokehold on that point. We're gonna pull back here. Don't even need to. Damn, we just killed Elspeth twice, dude. Not even an issue. Valkia... She was alright. I mean... Sometimes you girl boss your way to victory by not even engaging your opponent. $1,400 on one Skull Cannon, only $600 on the other. The Blood Beast got good value, Fury's got good value, Infantry, most of it was solid. So throwing axes, dude, 1,600 value on this throwing axe. This is disgusting, and 2,000 on the other. Absolutely absurd, dude. You said you need to, who said you need Minotaurs, right? I mean, they came in and they got some work done, but goddamn. Throwing axes carried me so hard in that game. The Skull Cannons also were a really good facilitator because Elspeth just never was able to really dive them. Great Swords were okay, they just are not very strong, unfortunately. No worries, man. I don't, you know, if people are watching live, that's great, but you can just jump in whenever and watch the VOD or what have you. It was pretty close. We got a really big win early killing Elspeth, and we just compounded on that through the rest of the game. We dodged a couple of coruscating blasts, actually, which was kind of massive, because that's very hard to do. It just does an insane amount of damage if it actually hits, so being super aware of what Elspeth can do is just how you gotta play it, so that you don't get killed by it. Alright, what's going on the other side of bracket now? Oh, Scrambled Egg did win. So we're going to be rematching Scrambled Egg. I'm a little worried about that. Corn versus the Empire. Double DW. I'm already in semis. That was my semis match. This is finals coming up. And what maps are we running into this time around? Halls of Carrick-Doom, Brave Alley, and Lustrian Narrows. This would be my first tourney win in forever. I don't play in tourneys a lot, though, honestly. I really enjoy casting more than anything. So, I don't know. Shrug, I guess. I have no idea what Brave Alley is. Oh, is that weird bowl? Oh, this map's... There's no way we're playing Brave Alley against the Vampire Coast. Hell no. It is not happening. Who's top of the bracket? Me? Or Scrambled? I am. Okay. You can pick either of the others. I just can't play the map that's literally all uphill into my opponent's deployment zone. I will literally auto-lose. I'll show Brave Alley to y'all before I go, just however this game plays out, because it is absolutely ridiculous looking. It's so goofy. I thought it was like a flat map, but it's just like a canyon, basically. And the slopes are obscenely steep. Like, truly terrifying. Truly terrifying. Yep. Valley Band. Sorry, Scrambled. Scrambled's a little put out that I didn't want to play on it. Halls, yes. Halls is probably one of my favorite maps. I need to do a freaking tier list for all the Total Tavern Dawn maps, because they're so cool, dude. There's so many good ones. Some of them are a little basic, but they've all got a special place in my heart, you know. This takes a lot of effort to make these, and I respect the hell out of that. Do we just run it back with like the same build we had the last time? So I do believe that Scrambled will play something a little different, but I don't know, man. Look, no matter what happens, we've really brought Khorne back from the depths. They've been sitting around like a 50% win rate for a long time, and we went, undefeated into the finals. Honestly, huge win. We had some tough match. I mean, we beat the Wood Elves, who are an unfavored matchup. Empire's apparently a really good matchup. I was a little surprised by that. We beat Norska, so we got that win rate going up a little bit. Who else did we play? Already got Vampire Coast. That's a pretty even one as well. I feel like I'm missing somebody that we played. Whatever. Doesn't even matter. Be gone. And now we pick. Try and figure out what the hell we're doing here. Give me a sec, guys. I'm just sorting out the last few units. Get rid of this and we'll get one of these. I think it'll be okay. How do you spend gold in this game, dude? I'm so baffled. How the hell am I supposed to fit in what I want? Let's get these guys out. Oh, it's actually really cool. I actually like this a lot. It's a terrible idea, but we're gonna roll with it. Boop. Welcome back. Sight I grant to ye. Oh, Tzeentch was the other one. We'll see, dude. I'm trying at him. Khorne is still really good. I just think that people are getting trapped into getting kited to death. Alright, I mean, this is a rematch, so it's definitely gonna be, a little bit different. Yeah, Scramble just brought a, you know, massive horde of, just evil and nasty, vampire folk. We'll try and get the number 3 early. A little worried about my throwing axes. We'll see about it. We should be able to get up and take the points first. And we'll have to probably play back some. We'll just see what we're doing. We don't need to get too antsy. We'll see if the fleshies can take the middle. If not, we'll just hold back on our number 2 for a bit, build up, and then we'll go in. Because we do have a decent number of units available. The Brutes of the Hound are unbreakable, which is kind of cool. And they can massacre waves and waves of zombies if they get into combat, which is what I'm most worried about. You know, it's very possible that they don't ever touch anything, and they are useless. We gotta watch out for Mornghuls. They'll be really dangerous for us. Let me make sure I'm switched over. Okay. What the hell's going on with my camera? It's like stuck over the pit for a second. Okay, so massive line sitting on the back point. We actually have gunnery wights of all things. We do have, in fact, have the carronade. So we're gonna dodge the shots by sitting behind the pillar. Sorry. Oh, they're gonna try and shoot the flesh hounds now. See if we can dodge. Yeah, pretty much all those shots. It's gonna be another, like, well, it's actually gonna be a little bit shorter than you would otherwise think. Cap it.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Just hide behind this thing. We'll hide behind this thing. Let's get our bodies moving forward. Let's make sure these marauders are here. Let's get our Forsaken there, and we'll rotate one over. Bring out a Minotaur first for potential Morngul sightings. Okay. They're gonna spend like all game trying to poke me with the gunnery wight. See if we can be sneaky. Nope. He's paying attention. Just chill here. The carronade is gonna take a little while to get forward. We're gonna sit here. Shift over a little bit more. Let's make sure these Forsaken are back here. We just want one on the middle. And yeah, he opens up on these guys, which is kind of the smart thing to do. Where's the carronade? It's back there. Just want to make sure it's not hitting my Minotaurs. Let's poke out the other side here. Because what we're going to do is try and hit this handgun unit. So we do have a slight range advantage over it. And actually shooting it is going to be pretty nice. So let's pop away, pull back. Massive damage on those guys. Oh my god. Frickin' awesome. And we can actually sit here, because we're behind this pillar, believe it or not. And we'll still be able to shoot these guys. Brutes of the Hound gonna come up and be a stalwart unit for me. We're gonna start developing our Furies out as well. Let's pull back. Oh, they're able to poke me from the other side there, though. Which is kind of cheesy. Okay. Let's get behind here. We do have the time to kind of sit here for a minute. We can't just throw our lord in. Let's pull the horseman back. Okay, Carronade's going back to shooting our guys, and I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to poke back out and just try and finish this handgun off. Wait, what? Shoot, please. Might have stayed too long. I might get hit by the Carronade now. Oh, but apparently not. We'll jump to the other side of this pillar. We're playing peekaboo, quite literally, with our opponent. And we're going to be doing that for another few minutes. Where do we want to send Skulltaker, is the big question. Killing a zombie in the front line won't be a bad idea, because it'll help us get through this side of the line quicker. And he's just layering guns. Like, that's all Scrambled is going to be doing for a while now. I actually want to get ready to maybe press on this side a little bit, because his formation's actually looking a little flimsy over here if you really want to get objective and fair and balanced about it all. Just need to keep dodging bullets. It's taking him ages to kill this Forsaken over there. The Gunnery Wights have not really been all that dangerous. Wow, okay. That's not what I was aiming at, but okay. One more Fury. He's bringing like all of his depth guard out on this side. He's got a bunch of gunnery mobs over there. Let's shift our attack a little bit. We might just delay over here and work on killing the units that are on this side of the battlefield. How much time do we have? He's still got a long time before it's time for the decisive engagement, so to speak. Oh, it's on fire at will. I see. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Let's bring a Blood Beast in on this side. Just make sure that we're out of LOS of the cannon. Enemy reinforcements. That's oh, that's a pole arm. Okay. Let's peek out here. Let's hit the black spot again. We bullied that last game. That got me a lot of value. And now my opponent is, in fact, moving over on the side of the battlefield. So let's get our rotation in and let's start pressing on this point. And let's open up here. This Marauder needs to stay there. And we're going to send the Brutes of the Hound over. These guys will chill here. Let's get the Flesh Hounds back. Let's get these ones back and actually attack here. Use our throwing axes over here now. Because they'll bully Depth Guard pretty nicely. I mean, our opponent's really blobbed up here for some shooting from the Bellowers. He wants to try and keep me kind of pinned up over here. I don't think advancing over here is a good idea. We're actually going to rotate around, because our opponent's slower. We should be able to punish a little bit better. Let's try and crumble these depth guard out now. Let's attack here, let's attack here. Let's get the Forsaken chilling. These guys need to retreat. We're being a little too passive here, actually. We really need to go in. We have ground down a lot of the depth guard, though, which is awesome. We just do really need our Furies to start killing some stuff.
Yes, yes, Chieftain, as commanded.
We'll wait here, and we'll stuff. And we'll throw guys in here. We're gonna bring up another Fleshhound. The Hellforge Bellower is gonna die here. It's pretty much dead. Not a lot I can do about that. These Furies are gonna fight the Scurvy Dogs here, though. We're gonna take this fight here. Got the win there. Skull Taker's doing insane damage. We held the point. Now we're getting pressed on our back objective. Not, like, very thoroughly. I think we actually are in a really good spot here. Let's just make sure that we kill these. And then we rotate over. Because we need to kill these pole arms. Oh, and we wandered into these pole arms here, which is really bad on my part. We're actually going to delete these guys here.
All will be despoiled. Weakling.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Value trading's looking a little bit sketchy for me, honestly. We did kill some stuff over here, though, which is nice. We just need to, yeah, we need to keep these guys off our point. Alright, we got into combat here, we're gonna get into combat here, we're gonna get away from combat here. We're gonna get into combat there.
Ex-Fathers Marauder. Khorne's greatest warriors. Wolf Fathers
We're
warriors.
playing a very dangerous balancing act here. Which I actually think we're losing right now.
Marauders of Khorne.
I think we might be a little cooked. It was looking alright for a minute, but now I'm a little bit scared. We've got some summons moving in. We're gonna pop this here. We just want these guys to be immortal as long as possible. We need to kill the depth guard. Desperately need to kill the depth guard. And we're going to be throwing forward Forsaken, because they're really quick. And I really need them to be coming out now and not overspending on them, because that would be pretty bad.
Seeking Torment. Burning flesh.
Let's get up and around, and we can get into the back of these units here. Let's pull back with these Furies for a moment. I mean, it's literally just a play for time. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I can't believe we won that. Oh my god. That was literally just stalling tactics endlessly. Pfft, holy crap. Sometimes you win via patience. And the Hellforge Bellowers did die, but it got its value back, and the Carronade just was not it, man. If my opponent had pushed up with the guns more aggressively, it might have gone relatively okay. But the issue is that once guns get engaged in melee combat, they just die to everything, right? So, like, I would have been able to, like, throw up my reinforcements, even though I did lose, like, all of my units at one point. They went back in the pool, they would have been able to come back out and probably still get up on the point before my opponent could really get there with enough cap weight to flip it, and that side point we were doing fine on. We had our horsemen. They were stonewalling endlessly there. That's kind of what they're for. They were killing most of the depth guard were dead. I think there was like one left. And Skull Taker was still pretty healthy. He would have been able to really like pummel the other gunnery wights, probably kill Noctilus and run over infantry trying to get on the objective, so... Freaking huge. First tourney win in ages, dude. God. Super well fought by Scrambled, though. Like, crazy, crazy close. Let me show y'all what Bray Valley looks like real quick before I go. I'm gonna be getting off, like, immediately. I'm gonna go watch Andor with my friend. But I do want y'all to see this nonsense. This is the map that I banned out. You'll understand the second we load in. Honestly, everything in this random build for Khorne, other than all the chevrons and the Chaos Lord, I would unironically bring. I'd just get rid of all the chevrons. I'd probably cut all this guy's abilities and bring him on foot. And then I'd mix in like some more Marauders. But, I mean, it's so workable build. Look at this nonsense. Like, what the frick is this map? Like, what the actual hell? I would have probably automatically lost on this map. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't think that it would be possible to win against a gun line here. Because your units suffer a bunch of debuffs as they're trying to, like, charge and attack uphill. There's just, like, nothing you'd be able to do. Like, Skull Cannons and the Hellforge Bellowers are good at long-range poke, you know? They are pretty devastating, but they just aren't gonna carry a game for you. Kind of like how that last one went. It was really just there to, like, weaken frontline units. Shoot some high-value targets on occasion. That was about it. Oh, this guy's on his Bulldog. I wish the Chaos Lord of Khorne were better. I really feel like he's so close to being viable. I think if he had 6,500 HP, I think he'd be in a pretty good spot. And then you could actually, like, throw him out there. Just use him as like a beat stick character, because he's got a pretty good item. Icon gives you perfect vigor, and it gives you extra leadership in melee, so you can get around and like beat up on folks. It's just a little too expensive. It's the biggest problem with him. Yeah, it looks so good, right? I mean, I love it to death. It's just not super viable, is the sad thing. I will say, though, even though the Chaos Lord of Khorne isn't really usable, you can do a Herald on the Bulldog. Because you can do Locus of Wrath and Revel in Slaughter, and he's still pretty cheap, and he's pretty tough. You just gotta be a little careful with him, but if you get in and pop Locus of Wrath, and you hit your entire front line, you will absolutely bulldoze through anything. It's like a Gambit opening character. The Blood Reapers are probably your best bet if you want to use the Bulldogs. These guys, with the extra HP and the Bloody Shackle, you might think, oh, 4,600 isn't that much HP, but you gotta remember, this is a 48% heal. What's the math on that? I'm pretty sure math-wise that means they've got like 7,200 health. If you get, like, max healing on the item. Oh, it's 6,800. That's still kind of crazy. I mean, for real. It's a very powerful item. If you have matchups like the Tomb Kings, where you need to like mirror enemy SCs, and still have something that can hit them really hard while also being decent against infantry, Blood Reapers, kind of a good unit. I've used them before and had success. They're better on foot, but even on the Bulldog, they can get stuff done. Yeah, the giving them Gore Feast would be a good idea, but Skull Taker's kind of got that niche now. Maybe it would be a little redundant, but just a little something. I think just more health would be plenty for him. But anyways, thank y'all for tuning in. And, yeah, I appreciate it. Y'all take care. Peace out. Laters. And watch Andor if you can. Crazy good show. Absolutely mind-blowing.